Fresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
Pour down in a rinse change.
Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. My team knows injury law. We can help you understand all of your legal rights so that you don't get cheated.
DM Law knew what to do and got me $500,000.
Mike's got this. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with a sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a Honey Buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, Kansas City, it's Dusty Likens, and in case you didn't already know, I'm here to tell you that you can watch all the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us, eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City sports.
96.5 Sunday at 5:30 right here on 96.5 The Fan. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
That's right. The week is flying by. It is Wednesday. It is a tropical warmth outside. 25 degrees, I think is what it is. Maybe 19. Hell of a warm up from yesterday.
It's like 30 degrees warmer right now than it was at this time yesterday. And that is no joke. It's in the 20s now. It was like negative 10 or something yesterday at this time. Feels balmy and warm. I'm glad you didn't wear a shirt today. You can see Dusty's chest on the YouTube feed today. Looks good.
Got a very vanilla cream body color.
I mean, yeah, look at that. You need to get some sun, maybe down in New Orleans. Oh, wait, I would say we'd get sun in New Orleans, but they had 7 inches of snow in New Orleans yesterday. Dang. Did you see the pictures from Destin? I mean, Florida.
White sanded beaches are now white snow-covered beaches.
I mean, good God, man.
Is this the end?
It may be. It really may be. I mean, and then all the folks trying to travel yesterday out of Atlanta, that turned into a disaster yesterday. Couldn't get through security. Everybody's missing flights after the national championship game, and then the snow comes and puts a blizzard in New Orleans and Houston and Florida and all along the Gulf Coast. And so it's interesting to see when folks don't normally get snow and they get snow. I was told you yesterday, I was talking to my friend who's down in Seguin, Texas, and he's like, this morning he's telling people, fill spray bottles with alcohol and spray it on your windshield because it helps the ice dissolve. I'm like, these are things that we've never kind of talked about. You just turned your heat on and had an ice scraper and got out there and did it. But for people who don't have snow normally, could you imagine these folks down in the southern part of the United States trying to drive in snow?
I normally just fill my water bottle up with alcohol and just sip it.
Yeah, right. Not rubbing alcohol, though.
No. I did wonder last night when they were showing the videos of like Bourbon Street and like the French Quarter or whatever, and it was like covered in snow. I was like, I wonder what their news packages look like with the grocery store.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's probably nothing left on the aisle. The
Nothing.
hell with bread, milk, and eggs. They got everything.
We're buying everything. We're going to be snowed in for days. It's probably one of those things, too, where it all melts like today, and dissipates and goes away. So I think for the folks down south who have never experienced this before, enjoy the hell out of it and hope you never have to see it again.
Yeah. Then there's probably some people, the hell it is going to snow 5 to 8 inches? Hadn't done that since 1895,
That's
Gary.
Right. Yeah.
Which it had. The last time they got that much snow was 1895.
Is it really? 1895?
That was a stat
Holy
last
cow.
night. The last time they got anywhere near 8 inches of snow, which is a record in Louisiana, they got 8 inches in 1895.
So it was funny. I don't know if you saw the tweet yesterday from the LSU stadium back in like 4 years ago. Any SEC school that gets snow in their stadium isn't really an SEC school. And then they showed the stadium at LSU covered in snow, and the stadium like requoted, went, oops.
Love it.
I mean, clearly taking a shot at Missouri, obviously is what they were doing back in the day. But now everybody's got snow all over this country. So congratulations, make a snowman on the beach. That would be kind of fun.
They showed a video of Livy Dunn walking into the stadium, and like the snow just parted its way and melted.
Speaking of her, did you see that Paul Skeens story that took place yesterday where the 11-year-old kid found the rare Paul Skeens baseball card in a pack of cards, and the Pirates want this card so bad, they've offered him front row season tickets for the next 30 years.
Yes.
What?
Yes. I would do it in a heartbeat.
I mean, everything. You should look up what the Pirates offered this 11-year-old kid for this trading card. And that's where they started. That was the first thing on the list, and it was a bunch of things that they were going to offer him.
I'd want a glove, the seats, a jersey signed, and a meet and greet.
Yeah, I think
with Livy, not him.
No, and that was the thing. I think people are saying now, where's the Livy Dunn experience? In all of this.
And that was offered earlier this year. I think on social media. I think she did it too. They were like, if you can find this card, like they'll make it right if you want to make a trade or something like that. Where they were talking about his rookie card because obviously that whole renaissance in the card business, Pokemon, all that sort of stuff as well.
It's a Paul Skeens 1-of-1 rookie debut autograph card, and he found it, right? And this is what the Pirates offered him. 2 season tickets behind home plate for the next 30 years, a meet and greet with Paul Skeens, 2 Paul Skeens autographed jerseys, softball game for 30 at PNC Park with coaching from Pirates alumni, private tour of Pirate City and Lecom Park at spring training, Pirates game with Livy Dunn and her suite, courtesy of Livy. Like, you're done, right?
way more than you can imagine. You had me at the very end, and that's all I need.
Yeah, she added that in late. The Pirates had all that other stuff, and then Livy Dunn comes in late and says, yeah, you can sit. Okay, we're in on this one, right?
You're worth.
Man. So I hope that kid goes and cashes in and gets that offer.
You said he's 11-year-old?
11 years, yes, 11 years old.
He doesn't even know yet. No idea. His dad's like, take the deal.
Yeah.
Do it, bro.
I mean, seriously.
Dad, it's a signed card. Just take the deal.
Take the deal. Sell the tickets. 30 years of like front row of, Pirates baseball. Even if they're bad, it's still a good seat, right? You can parlay that.
What the card's worth?
I don't know. That's a good question. I haven't seen anything about that. I mean, clearly a lot if that's what they're offering this guy, right? Usually, like, somebody hits a ball for their 3,000th hit and it goes into the stands. They want to offer you a bat and an autograph from Derek Jeter or something like that. That's not worth it.
Yeah, what did Ohtani's 50-50 ball go for? It was like over $1 million.
Couple $1 million or something like that. Yeah, but this is like a real deal. Like, the Pirates really came out of the gate with a great offer to start this thing off.
I think Max got the number.
They said they estimated in November that the card could ultimately be worth 6 figures. I mean, so I'm taking that deal.
6 figures.
That's what they said.
That's it.
That's pretty vague. Is it 100,000 6 figures, or is it like
599,000?
Like, what's the 6?
Well, but even still, if it's only worth, like, if they would have said 7 figures, then it's something to pause on. But at the 6 figures, you're getting 30 years of season tickets and
that's
Livy
as
Dunn.
of right now, from him being Rookie of the Year and could be a Cy Young, could be a perennial All-Star, could be a Hall of Famer, and could just that value will forever go up.
Right.
30 years of the Crown Royal seats. Sign me up. I don't care if they lose 100 games.
Right.
Hey, you want to go to the game today? Where's your seats? Directly behind home plate.
Right. All
sweet.
food, all beverage included for every game. You're in on that.
When's that Livy Dunn game? None of your damn business, Danny.
Dad and his friends are going to that one. I'll tell you that right now.
I'll tell you this.
This is it. Don't get scared now.
All right, we got a game Sunday that everybody needs to get ready for. It's Wednesday. The season is on the line for both teams. It is the biggest game at Arrowhead, as Bob had said on our Instagram page. It is also the biggest game for Josh Allen in his career. It just so happens to come at the same time as one Fescoe said, the biggest game in Arrowhead's history. I do firmly believe that after sleeping on that thought last night. There is no turning back at this point.
Nope.
It is Wednesday. The coaches speak. Mahomes will speak. Allen can really do a lot with his career with a win in this game. I'll give you both sides of this whole opportunity. If Allen wins this game, every loss in the past history of the playoffs to Mahomes and the Chiefs is irrelevant. It doesn't matter anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because this is finally the game that can put him in the category of where Joe Burrow was for the last 3 years. The guy that can do it. Brady was the guy that can do it, but Brady was the guy, still is the guy, and will probably always be the guy unless Mahomes does, in fact, win the three-peat. Josh Allen can also stop history with these. If Josh Allen wins this game, he stops history for the Kansas City Chiefs. The other thing that's kind of alarming in this matchup is the 3 times the Chiefs have played Buffalo in the playoffs, they have won all 3 games. Only last year was the time that they beat Buffalo. They went on to win the next game. Obviously, the other 2 they lost in the AFC Championship game to Cincinnati. They would lose the other one in the Super Bowl to Tom Brady. So the Chiefs can really be a victim of Josh Allen in his career, where it would be like, yeah, he's 1-3 or whatever against Mahomes in the playoffs, but the one win he did have was in Arrowhead and stopped a three-peat. Now, why this is the biggest game for Arrowhead Stadium and the crowd that watches this game. Mahomes becomes the second winningest quarterback of all time in the playoffs history with a win over Josh Allen, putting him above Joe Montana, putting him only behind Tom Brady, which would be sole second place as the second winning most all-time playoff quarterback. The winner of this game, in my mind, will probably win the Super Bowl. I don't think anybody in the NFC, Philadelphia or Washington, I know Jaden Daniels having a historic year, maybe the greatest year ever as a rookie quarterback, unless you want to throw Andrew Luck in there, but I don't even think he went to the championship game. But if Mahomes wins this game, and it's at Arrowhead, there's so much on the line with what the Chiefs can accomplish. Again, a three-peat, never been done before. Mahomes' game is, if not much more, with a win over than Allen does. If Mahomes wins this game and goes on to win a Super Bowl, yes, Allen's career will always be tainted as you cannot beat Patrick Mahomes, but then it's also, okay, now it's Patrick Mahomes, no other comparison, no other story, go chase the GOAT. This is a historic game for so many people. Mahomes, Allen, Kelsey we'll get into a little bit later on as well, but also for that crowd that'll be at this game at 5:30 for the AFC Championship.
Yeah, it's the biggest game in Arrowhead's history, and that is not hyperbolic. That's not getting lost in the moment. There is more on the line in this game than there's ever been on the line at a game at Arrowhead Stadium in the history of Arrowhead Stadium, right? And each year that we've gone to this AFC Championship game, it's been great, it's been fun, it's been unique, it's been different, but nothing is of the magnitude of what we're about ready to see on Sunday afternoon. And quite honestly, I think it is a bigger game for Patrick Mahomes than it is for Josh Allen. And I'm not just saying that because we're sitting here in Kansas City and I'm some sort of Chiefs homer or Mahomes homer or anything like that, which I am, and that's fine. But I think when you look at what's on the line, like we're this close. You ever get this close to something and then fall short? How many times do you get that close again, right? The Chiefs and Royals were a little bit different in their playoff runs. Usually you reach the championship game or the championship round and you fall short, you don't show back up the next year. The Royals did, the Chiefs did, and the Chiefs have continued this thing. And so you get to this point where you're doing things that have never been done before. You have to think, will that opportunity ever present itself? And this three-peat thing is so big, and it's right there. If the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes don't beat Josh Allen and the Bills on Sunday, and we used the two quarterbacks in this one, obviously, there's no guarantees that the Chiefs and Mahomes will ever be in position again to have an opportunity to go for a three-peat. Because you know why? You got to start from zero again. You got to get one. Then you got to get two. And then you've got to put yourself in that position to go for three. And so this is the opportunity that you have to take advantage of. It is right there. And, you know, I was looking through, Twitter this morning, and I saw the Shawshank Redemption quote that was on a T-shirt. Get busy living or get busy dying. Well, it's time to get busy living for the Kansas City Chiefs right now, because if they go out there and they win this game, they're in rarefied air. They're going to do something that nobody else has done before. Patrick Mahomes is playing with the weight of the three-peat on his shoulders. Josh Allen is playing with the weight of America on his shoulders, because nobody wants to see the Kansas City Chiefs go out there and three-peat and do this thing outside of Kansas City. So Josh Allen's playing with all the pressure of America and everybody else rooting against the Chiefs, and Patrick Mahomes is playing with the pressure of history and something that may never even be close to being done again.
This is it. Don't get scared now.
Championship game coverage is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs. It just continues the blaming of the refs. Now there's video and audio of the same thing that continues to go on throughout social media. Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens, Mac Morey with you on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, here we sit. We're getting ready to head into the second month of the year, and all the holiday bills are going to start coming due, right? You're going to get those credit card bills from everything you spent over the last couple of months for the holidays, and you're thinking to yourself, man, I got to get out from under some of this debt. What can I do? Well, you can call my friends over at Golden Oak Lending and talk to them about refinancing your home loan. We've done it a couple of times with Golden Oak Lending, and it saves us money, and we get a great low rate. The other thing that I love about refinancing with Golden Oak Lending is when you do refinance and you get into that new loan, you get 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment. And going into the spring and coming off the holiday break and all those bills that are out there right now, wouldn't you like to go 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment? It works wonders for you. So what you need to do is call my friends over at Golden Oak Lending and take their free mortgage checkup. That's right. It's a free consultation with my friends at Golden Oak Lending. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. Just tell them all about what you want to do and what your financial goals are, and they'll help you get there. And if there's not a loan that doesn't work better for you than what you're already in, Golden Oak won't put you in it. So have that conversation with them, tell them all about your financial goals, and see if they've got a plan that's great for you like they did for us. So call 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Kansas City. Unfortunately, there's no radio sound effect for barbecue smoke, but there are low and slow snacks. The first ever smoked potato chip and cheese puffs using real hickory wood and real smoke. No smoke sound, tons of smoky barbecue flavor. Available at Price Chopper and Hy-Vee across Kansas City.
Well, you're headed out of town and you need to park at KCI. The best place to go is Park and Go, because every spot is covered parking. And now with wintertime here, you don't know if it's going to snow, sleet, rain, or ice when you're gone and you're out of town. And the last thing you want to do is come back from a long trip and have to clean your car off. But with Park and Go, you don't have to worry about that, because every spot is covered parking. And Park and Go makes it simple to park at the airport days before your flight or immediately after you make your reservation. Book your parking at bookparkandgo.com or with their easy-to-use app. Prepay, save money, get her done, right? It's all taken care of at Park and Go. When you get there on the day of your flight, show them your reservation number. They'll direct you right to your covered parking spot. And in minutes, the van will be there to take you right to the airport terminal. And when you get there, you're relaxed and ready to go. When you get back, Park and Go's amazing. Grab your bags, walk outside, jump on that Park and Go bus, and it's right back to the trunk of your car. You don't have to stand around waiting and hoping a bus is going to show up, because at Park and Go, they're there for you. So do what we did and join their frequent Parker program, earn points towards free parking, and reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
Hey, it's Karen with Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Ready to replace that roof? We have flexible financing options, 12 months same as cash, and don't make a payment for 90 days. And that's just one of many options we offer. Get on the schedule now with our in-house Consumer Credit Center. One call does it all for flexible payment options, affordability, and peace of mind. Visit shamrockroofer.com. That's shamrockroofer.com or call 1-866-932-3545 today.
It's playoff time, KC. Join Cody and Gold Friday from 10 to 2 as they broadcast live from the Rally House at Oak Park. Shop the latest KC styles and official postseason gear, plus enter to win Rally House prizes while you're there. Details at 965thefan.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite, now just $17.96. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid 1/13 through 1/24. Cannot be combined with additional discounts while supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first, before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. Call 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. On the Missouri East Side, I-70 westbound from 470 into downtown moves well with a trip time of 15 minutes. Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber, this month offering $200 off tank water heater replacement or $400 off tankless. Call Connolly at 913-768-7676 or ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
It's a new day. It's Wednesday. Getting less and less amount of sleep until the big one on Sunday at 5:30. Can't wait. Getting more and more amped up and excited for this game.
I wish it was the early game, though. Not going to lie about that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. So the narrative that's going to go around this week, and it has gone around basically this entire year. Well, at first it was they just don't care. They're just, they're bored. They're not having fun. They're just going through the motions.
Yes, it was called the regular season.
Yeah. Now it's the, blame the referee narrative that the Chiefs get all the calls. And found out yesterday that Cleet Blackman, in case you're under a rock, that's the referee that is going to officiate the game. That's where we're at, fellas. We are now highlighting who the referee matchup is at every single Kansas City Chiefs game. In fact, they announced the Super Bowl referee crew as well, and he also favors the Chiefs, apparently, to the internet. This was a YouTuber yesterday. You thought the Kurt Warner audio was bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs referee has been assigned, and this is worst case scenario. Now, to be completely honest with you, Bills fans knew going into this that we would be fighting the Kansas City Chiefs plus their most valuable player, and that just so happens to be the officiating squad. Well, let's just say that Kansas City brought their first ballot Hall of Famer, Cleet Blakeman. Now, Cleat has refereed a Buffalo Bills game already this year, and it was the Bills and the Jets game at home in Buffalo where the Buffalo Bills hung up about 40 points. He's also known for refereeing that Thanksgiving game against the Detroit Lions where there was a lot of questionable calls, more specifically on the Lions side of the ball than the Buffalo Bills. Spoiler alert, that Bills team ended up winning. Now, with Kansas City, he actually has a really good record, or rather, the Chiefs have a good record with him. Did not officiate a single Chiefs game this year, but the last game he did was the Christmas Day upset when the Las Vegas Raiders beat the Kansas City Chiefs in 2023. For the most part, a staggering record. So now, to get an idea of his favorite flags, here is a short list, most notably unnecessary roughness and also defensive pass interference, so something to think about. But hey, we knew this going in. Sound off in the comments and let me know your thoughts. But Clete Blakeman, he's the dude.
Have we heard from anybody in Buffalo talking about the referees this week? And when I say Buffalo, I mean team-wise, like we did with Houston, and how worried they were about the referees. I got to think this is not something that the Buffalo Bills are going to be talking about this week because they've been here before. They know what they have to do, and they know deep down inside they're not playing against the referees because Josh Allen has gotten more favorable calls this year than Patrick Mahomes has, and that's just a fact. You could look that up on the internet. I think also, too, is that Buffalo is a damn good team, and they believe in themselves. They don't need to focus on the referees. Teams that are telling their players and coaches that are telling their players to focus on the referees and they're going to be a problem are losers. I mean, there's no other way to put it because you're trying to find ways to make excuses for your team losing as opposed to saying, we're just not good enough. We're not ready to go, Houston. And so I don't think Buffalo, and I'm sure the reporters up there will ask and pry and try to get them to say something, but I would guarantee you, almost guarantee you, I should say, that Sean McDermott isn't even bringing up the officials this week because there's so much you can control, and that's something you just can't control. So focus on what you can control and not what you can't control and go try to win a football game.
I just don't understand how, people can just use this as like the defining situation in this game. Like, this is going to be an epic game. I think this game will be one of those historic games that we go back and watch, win or lose, and obviously less if you were to lose the game. But, this is Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes. These two guys have basically played their whole careers to play this game more than once. This is the second time they'll play this game against each other in this situation. It just so happens both times will be at Arrowhead. Sorry about that. But to use the referees to cloud the picture of what this game could be is to me, it's a little bit, lazy. It's a little bit, it screams excusing. Like, why don't we just let the game play out before we even see the game play out? Houston obviously wasn't going to allow that to happen. We found that out with their media hits where they were saying, yeah, we knew going into this game. Okay, well, when you say that, you've let me know already that you're using something as an excuse in case you're already thinking you're going to lose. Buffalo's not that team. Buffalo's a team that says, you know what, we can't control what we can't control. Essentially, we look forward to the challenge of the Kansas City Chiefs. That's what they want. This is rivalry 1A versus 1B. This is Brady versus Manning. This is Belichick versus whoever, Dungy, whoever was the coach in Indianapolis throughout those years of that run. And I thought that Chris Long made a good point because he says, don't give me some BS take like, well, the one time I saw this, because that's not the way facts are worked out. If you have a serious claim like the Chiefs get a bunch of calls, then yeah, back it up with the Chiefs get a bunch of calls. But you know what else gets a bunch of calls? Every other effing team in the league. Just because you saw their game in primetime and you really want them to lose, you operate with a certain amount of emotion. The Chiefs don't hurt my feelings. I like greatness.
Yeah, I love greatness. I love what this team is doing. And there's nothing better than dominating like this. And I know teams and fan bases and everybody else, it's just a hard jealousy that they have going on right now. But in order to get over that jealousy, instead of being jealous of somebody, go out there and try to be better than that person. And if you can't beat them, then you tip your cap and you say, a well-played game. And I got to be honest with you, man. Like, I just don't think this is going to come down to referees, but that's all we're going to hear about, and people are going to muddy the waters. And regardless of what takes place on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening at Arrowhead, there will be somebody complaining about the referees, whether it's Mad Dog or Greenberg or NFL Network or Fox Sports or whoever the case may be. Emmanuel Acho, I haven't heard from him this week. I'm sure there will be a bunch of people complaining about the referees, because the folks that ultimately complain about the referees are the folks who just don't quite understand football. and how games work and the strategy that's involved and what you have to do to go out there and win a football game. It's just easy, and it gets people riled up, and it gets people to click. That's why the media overhypes weather. That's why the media overhypes everything, because it gets people emotion, and it gets people to click, and it elicits a response. And so if you were to say that the Kansas City Chiefs won that game because they outrushed Buffalo, people are like, oh, ho-hum. But if you say, my God, this call cost the Buffalo Bills a win against the Chiefs, that gets people riled up. That gets them to click. We're all a part of that, you know?
Boom, I'm sick of Kansas City. Boom, I'm sick of Kansas City.
Yeah. Did you see he apologized a little bit yesterday because the Chiefs tweeted out Caitlin Clark's picture as an 8-year-old in her Chiefs jersey with her whole family? And his response was, well, does she know about Super Bowl I?
What?
Who the hell knows about Super Bowl I, Grandpa? Like, most people who knew about Super Bowl I hate to say it this way, are dead.
That's your comeback?
That was it. But does she know about Super Bowl I? And I was thinking about that. And I'm thinking about, like, you know, I'm a history guy, so I know these things. But that's me, right? Mm-hmm. When I first started at KMBZ back in 2001 and they sent me to training camp, instead of going out in River Falls, Wisconsin, I sat in the Super 8 motel and read the media guide from cover to cover, so I would know everything about the Chiefs.
Pages.
It's a huge, thick, boring book. And I read that so I would know. But I also like history. To ask a 23-year-old kid if she knows anything about Super Bowl I is one of the worst comebacks that you can have. Just because somebody doesn't know about Super Bowl I doesn't mean they're not a fan of a team, of a game that took place 58 years ago.
Yeah. No. Gross. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I understand that, like, you know, you run out of things to say, but again, this is a game that is like I mentioned earlier, is getting shadowed by a bunch of excuses, and I hate that because this is going to be one of the, like, if
it's going to be a great game.
If you're a sports fan, like, what do you think the 4 possible outcomes are? Right? Chiefs win close, Buffalo wins close. Chiefs win blowout, Buffalo wins blowout. Like,
it's going to be one of the first two, I think. Anyway.
I don't think it's going to be blowout. I would love it. I would love it to be like 21-3 at halftime, Chiefs.
Yeah,
and be like, okay. All right, let's
I'd
book that
still be super nervous. I'd be super nervous.
Yeah, and I think that, and I'm glad that you bring that up, because I think that the reason why, and maybe you can get into the text line as well, 913-586-7965. I think the reason why people are nervous, and maybe this will also be towards our poll question that we'll do in a little bit, it's Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we sit here and we talk all season long, and you watch people do, like, you know, tiers of quarterbacks or Mahomes Mountain, and, you know, you see these things happen all the time, and you try to, you know, pick who's the next guy. Like, it's Mahomes clear number 1. Who's the next guy? And some people might have Burrow still, but
that bloom is falling fast on Joe Burrow.
I've always been Josh Allen, 6'5", 250-pound quarterback, can do it all,
right?
And is essentially the closest thing to Patrick Mahomes. Can be a stone cold killer, is going to be an MVP. They essentially gave Josh Allen the same sort of offense they gave Mahomes 2 years ago, where they said, hey, we don't really have any big names out there, but we know that we believe in your talent and your skill set, so why don't you just go be that guy, go be Superman? He was all year. And he's the guy that seems to beat Patrick Mahomes in the regular season. He's the guy that Mahomes is closest with off the field. They're friends, but yet enemies,
right.
And yet he's that quarterback that when you watch him, you're like, oh, man. If there's one guy that gives me any sort of doubt, that gives my Chiefs any sort of doubt, it's Josh Allen.
Yeah, but there's always going to be that second guy in professional sports.
Like, do you think New England was about that with Peyton Manning? Like, even though they beat him a lot in the playoffs, they still, every year, it was Brady versus Manning. They're like, that freaking Peyton Manning guy, dude.
They beat Tom Brady more in the playoffs than
they won a few times in there. Yeah,
Peyton was 3-2 in the 5 games.
In the 5 games against Brady. So
one of them was the biggest comeback in divisional round history at the time, where they were down like 21-6 in the half, and then Peyton Manning brought the team back.
And one of them was in Denver too, if I'm not mistaken, with Peyton Manning. Right? Didn't he beat Tom Brady as a Denver Bronco at one point in time? Peyton. So he actually had the advantage at that 3-2. You know, with Tom Brady. But you know, Josh Allen is always going to be that number 2 guy. He's always going to be that Peyton Manning to Tom Tom Brady and whatnot. And so I just think right now those are the two best quarterbacks this league has, and you can debate 3 through 32 if you want. You guys can sit around and debate 3 for 32. Who's 3? Who's 32? It doesn't matter. The two best are playing on Sunday, and that's what we want. And it goes back to the penalties and whatnot. And I was talking to somebody about this yesterday. I'm like, don't you want to see Josh Allen? Don't you want to see Patrick Mahomes? Don't you want to see all these great quarterbacks? Yeah, I do. Okay, then we're going to protect these quarterbacks because that's the only way that you can see them. But Josh Allen has to overcome Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Ewing had to overcome Michael Jordan. It never happened, right? You look around, like Alex Rodriguez had to basically overcome Derek Jeter. That never happened. Sometimes you are just the number 2, and that's okay. You can be a great number 2. And that's where Josh Allen is right now. He's a great number 2 behind Patrick Mahomes. And even if he beats Patrick Mahomes, he doesn't pass Patrick Mahomes because Patrick still has so much hardware to go. But, I mean, to sit there and think it's going to be about anything other than those two quarterbacks going out there and balling their asses off on Sunday, I think you're absolutely beside yourself and you're working yourself into a lather because I think, guys, and I could be totally wrong about this, this feels like one of those games of anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. And then, Patrick Mahomes is going to throw a touchdown pass, and then here comes Josh.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. And that's the type of game it's going to be. I think we're on pace to see one of the it is the most important game at Arrowhead, but I think we're on pace to see one of the greatest games at Arrowhead. That's the 13-second game. It's one of the greatest games in the history of the league. But maybe we top that this year. I don't know what's going to happen. I just think it's going to be an unbelievable football game that at the end of it, whatever happens, we're all just going to be a wasted mess and just overexposed and tired and ready to melt, right? Like, it's going to be one of those games that sucks all of our energy out, and we're spent, and we didn't even play.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we sign up for this job when we're young bucks, and we're trying to figure out why do we do this? Like, why do sports do it? I think there's like a tier of the way it becomes is, you either stay a fan and, you veer off and, you listen on the radio and debate what you hear, which is totally fine. We love that as well. Or you're like us and you take a massive pay cut just to talk loud into a microphone and give your opinion, which obviously you start off as a sports fan, you follow a team. You then fall in love with an athlete. You then get into sports a little bit more. You start to fall in love with the sport. You start to fall in love with other sports. Then you start to fall in love with storylines. This is the exact reason why all of us, listeners, fans, media, coaches, players, this game Sunday is why you do sports. This is the definition of what sports are. This is the best versus the best. Right. This is the game that decides to go to the game. You want to be the man, you got to beat the man. Ric Flair once said that back in the day in WCW or WWF, whatever it was. And Patrick Mahomes is the man. Josh Allen has been a man this year. But if you want to beat the man, to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Beat him.
And I think that's one of these games where you sit back and everybody feels the same way, I think, about this game. It's not, last week where it's like, yeah, we should beat Houston, then 8.5-point favorites, move to 9. Right now, the Chiefs are a 2-point favorite at home, right? You want to go back
Didn't
to
that game start as a pick'em?
I think it was always 1.5.
Was it? Okay, I thought it started as a pick'em. So the Chiefs are a 2-point favorite right now?
Moved up a little bit? Okay.
Yeah. And I think what's crazy about this and why this game is that way is you look at what the Chiefs and Bills' history is in the last 10 games. It's a dead even. 5-5. Yep. Same amount of points scored, 251 points for each team.
I know, it's crazy, right?
Like, we talk about Saturday, the planets lining up. Damn it, the AFC's lined up with stars.
I know.
You got Kelsey, you got Mahomes, you got Allen, you got, Andy Reid, you got all these players, all these superstars with all this on the line. You talked about last week, legacy game for CJ Stroud, legacy game for whoever. Damn it, this is a legacy game for the two quarterbacks, and I cannot wait to watch this game because of what it means and what it means for both sides. Like, again, we talked about in the lead at 6. Josh Allen wins this game. He takes those 3 losses in the playoffs and all that doubt and all that history, and he erases it. Men in black, little thing, boom, it's over. You just beat the Chiefs en route to a three-peat. That is the toughest dagger they've taken in the last 7 years.
Oh, it'll be worse than the Cincinnati loss if they lose this game at home.
It'd be worse than the Super Bowl blowout.
No doubt. No doubt. No,
and it'd be like, damn it, it was Josh Allen. It will always be Josh Allen. Whereas, flip the script, damn it, it's always Mahomes. Now they're going to win a three-peat. And the way they did it, they beat Josh Allen in his best season ever with the Buffalo Bills, who maybe had their best season ever in the Josh Allen era. And it happened at Arrowhead, and it just so happened to be en route to a three-peat.
And then the odds will come out, and the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen will be the favorite to win the Super Bowl next year, and Josh Allen will be the favorite to win the MVP next year. But that's just kind of the way, that it goes. This is a legacy game for a lot of people. It's a legacy game for Travis Kelce. And like I said earlier, we'll talk about Travis Kelce. It's a legacy game for Andy Reid because there's a lot at stake for him as a head football coach. It's a legacy game for Sean McDermott because if he loses this game, his legacy now becomes you just can't win the big one, pal. You're Marty Schottenheimer 2.0, and we may have to make a decision and move on to find the guy that can get us over the hump. Who that is at this point in time, I don't know. But it's a legacy game for Sean McDermott. It's a legacy game for Josh Allen. It's a legacy game for the Buffalo Bills. It's a legacy game for the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, there is so much at stake for everybody in this game. There's so much on the line for both organizations and both franchises. I don't know that we've seen a championship game of this kind of magnitude where history can be changed, where legacies can be changed, where everything that we know on a Wednesday can be totally rewritten at 7, 8, 9 o'clock on Sunday afternoon.
And everybody's going to watch.
Of course everybody's going to watch.
And I thought this was funny because this was from Pro Football Talk yesterday. Says, good news, Ravens and Bills averaged 42.2 million views on CBS Sunday night. The bad news is, in the same window last year, the Chiefs and Bills hit 50.4 million.
Right, because the Chiefs are a draw. People are using all these numbers, saying the numbers are down. Well, yeah, technically they are down. But you're not giving us the same product that you gave us a couple of years ago. Green Bay's not around. Dallas isn't around. Like them or hate them, they draw eyeballs to the TV. And as good as that Buffalo-Baltimore game hype was, still wasn't Patrick Mahomes. You weren't hate-watching that game.
No, people are going to be what parties will be had to hate
watch the game. Like,
bring it on.
Nobody was hate-watching Baltimore versus Buffalo.
They're
That's
both
not
rooting for him.
You're watching that game, you're just like, let's just give me a good game.
Yes.
And we got a good game, right? But when you have a team that people hate, which is why the Yankees are always on Sunday Night Baseball and the Dodgers are always on Sunday Night Baseball, because you love them or you hate them. There's no middle ground. And that, quite frankly, is where the Chiefs are right now. We love them. Everybody else hates them. And hate watching is just as important as love watching, right? And that's what I say about us. There are people that text nasty stuff all the time. I don't care what you think. You're listening.
You're in.
And you're in, right? And that's the way it is for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
People will be locked in whether it's 30-0 or 30-30. I think it's important.
Now, if it's 30-0, you will see people, go find 60 minutes or something like that. But a close game, everybody's staying around.
I think 60 minutes won't be on because the Chiefs game have to finish up first.
That's right. We are on CBS this week.
60 minutes comes all your viewing, except for local
except
news.
for West Coast. Yeah, they'll get 60 minutes. But no, 30-0, nobody's tuning in for that one. That's what you may even bounce early out of the stadium for.
If the Chiefs are down with 2.5 quarters left, 30-0, I don't think anyone's leaving. If it's the other way, I agree. I think you guys are talking about legacy a lot on the line. I think it's important to remember for Josh Allen that we just went through Brady Manning 5 times in the playoffs. This will already be Josh's 4th chance. And I think it's like,
and Brady and Manning have only met 5 times.
5 times in 20 years.
Yeah, see,
this will be Josh Allen's 8th year, 4th times. It's not like it's going to happen every other year. Josh Allen, this is massive. Not only the 3-peat, you are going to face Mahomes again next year or the next year. Like, you might only get 3 more chances in your whole career.
And if you're Josh Allen and you lose this game, you probably should just retire.
No. Or just go to the NFC.
I'd support that.
Or go to the UFL. Or
No. Keep doing it. Give us something to watch. This gives me like the kind of vibes when it was Ohtani versus Trout in the World Baseball Classics.
Yeah.
And, the best versus the best.
It's awesome when you can do something like that.
It's sports, man. This is why you do it. This
the
is
Dodgers
why you watch.
versus themselves. The Dodgers versus their B team.
I've always said that, it's a very awesome sporting event when you're emotionally invested before Friday.
Oh, yeah.
And I think everybody was emotionally invested on Tuesday. I think yesterday was when everybody started to get the feel. Monday, you kind of have the leftovers of the weekend. And then here comes Wednesday. You're like, oh, they're starting to speak at the podium. Oh, no, here comes the injury reports. Here comes this. And then all of a sudden, it's Friday. Everybody's wearing red, and you're ready to watch that game on Sunday with all your boys and girls and friends. And it's all of a sudden, it's on, 5:30. You talk about hate watching. I'll be hate watching the NFC Championship game, just waiting for it to get to the AFC Championship game, even though there's a lot of storylines there. We can get
nobody
to as well.
seems interested in that game whatsoever. It is like I won't see one play of that game. We'll be at the parking lot. We'll be at the game.
You'll be getting.
I'll have no idea what happens. And
Nobody
and
brings
I won't
the TV
care.
to the tailgate?
We have a TV there in the bus, but it may
you can
not.
watch history, man. You see the rookie quarterback go to the Super Bowl.
Does nothing for me. I'm getting ready for our game. Like I don't have time for anything else, man. It's focused on our game. Now, if it goes to overtime and they have it on the TV inside the stadium or something, and you can spot it or something like that, fine. But I'll catch up on the NFC game next Wednesday or something.
Exactly.
Because it's all like I get invested. You've been there. You know what it's like, Mac. You've seen me. You pour everything into that game. I don't want to know about anything else. It's let's go and get this 100%. Victory and take care of business. I ain't got time for anybody else's appetizer on Saturday or Sunday. I'm ready for our game. Like now it's getting later in the week and we're all getting kind of souped up for that one. And it's supposed to be a pretty nice day, about 40 degrees. It's not going to be freezing.
Hey.
And it'll be a nice victory.
It is Wednesday. That means Jay Binkley joins us in a little bit. Probably about 5 minutes from now, Jay Binkley will be on the line, but also it is Wednesday. So remember, we do our weekly poll question. It is on the Fan 965 on X. Is Josh Allen the one opposing quarterback that gives you doubt? Yes or no? That doubt would be in your team. So is Josh Allen the one quarterback that gives you doubt? Yes or no? It is on the Fan 965. It is our Twitter poll of the week on a Wednesday for Fescoe and Dusty. You're listening to 96.5 The Fan, home of Jay Binkley.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, it is the new year, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, you're probably thinking to yourself, I need to find a way to get this fixed. I'm frustrated. I'm embarrassed. Enough's enough. Well, you need to call my friends over at Heartland Men's Health today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. Heartland Men's Health has treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Plus, they have an expert staff on hand, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens of 96.5 The Fan. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com. They want to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or an exotic. GiveMeTheVin.com wants you to say goodbye to dealing with the dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes that is always well above any dealer quote and is guaranteed to beat your written CarMax offer, or they'll send you a check for $100. You can go to one of our offices locations, or they'll come to you. It's easy and it's fast. In fact, it's so easy, you can do it in your underwear. Literally. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Attention car shoppers, Kevin Harlan here with Rob Seid of Rob Seid Ford in South Kansas City. Hey Rob, what's going on?
We are making 2025 the best year in Rob Seid Ford history, and we are doing it with 4 simple steps.
Simple is what I love most about Rob Seid Ford. So Rob, what's the plan?
It starts with Rob Seid Ford's non-commissioned sales staff, Kansas City's lowest prices on brand new Fords, the best trade-in values, the biggest selection we've ever had. With those 4 steps, it is my personal mission to make Rob Seid Ford the easiest, most value-driven Ford dealership in Kansas City. No BS.
That's why Rob Seid Ford is the only dealership I'll send my friends and family to. But you're forgetting one thing.
What's that?
Rob Seid Ford is Kansas City's top-rated Google Ford dealership.
Good call. Can't forget about that. Check out Rob Seid Ford in South Kansas City at 135th and State Line, ROBSIGHT.com.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Chiefs coverage on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by award-winning Johnny's Barbecue in Olathe.
Since 1977, Johnny's Barbecue has been serving up award-winning barbecue. Featured on diners, drive-ins, and dives. Experience Casey's hidden gem of barbecue. Right off Highway 56 in Olathe. Dine in, carry out, delivery, and the best barbecue catering in town. Johnny'sBarbecueKC.com. Johnny's Barbecue. Taste the smoke.
Championship week coverage of the Chiefs and Bills on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
On the Missouri side, 70 westbound starting to slow just a bit between Lee's Summit Road over past Nolan. Once you get out to 40 Highway or thereabouts, things pick up and move a little better. 71 northbound, just a brief slowdown between 75th and Gregory. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Welcome back into the show. Fescoe and Dusty and Mac here on 96.5 The Fan on a Wednesday. Jay Binkley will be with us in just a second. You can always go to our text line, 913-586-7965, weigh in. Also, you can go to our X handle. The question this week on a Wednesday is Josh Allen the one quarterback that gives you doubt? I think the easy answer is yes, because that's all it is. Yes or no question. I know some of you will be like, nobody gives me doubt because I believe in the Chiefs. God bless you. But I do believe that there are certain players that play in the leagues of other teams that you're like, I don't know, man, this guy, anything could happen. I think Josh Allen is that guy. 47 votes in so far, 68% of which say that, yes, Josh Allen is the one quarterback that the Chiefs play that gives them doubt.
Gives you a little bit of doubt. I mean, like, who else would, though, at this point in time? Because to me, it really isn't Joe Burrow anymore. I mean, FanDuel yesterday did this Joe Burrow comparison to Andy Dalton, and everybody wants to give all this love to Joe Burrow, man. And Andy Dalton versus Joe Burrow in their first 5 years. Andy Dalton was 50-26-1. Joe Burrow's 38-30-1. Andy Dalton in his first 5 years went to the playoffs 5 times. Joe Burrow has only gone twice. Yards per completion, Andy Dalton 11.6, Joe Burrow 10.9. Rushing touchdowns, Andy Dalton 14, Joe Burrow 12. Pro Bowls, Andy Dalton 2, Joe Burrow 2. Now, they didn't list Super Bowls because that's Joe Burrow 1, Andy Dalton none. But from the like, oh my God, Joe Burrow is this great quarterback, his numbers are worse over the first 5 years of his career than what Andy Dalton was putting up. And Andy Dalton led his team to the playoffs more times than not. I mean, taking the Cincinnati Bengals to the playoffs 5 times in 5 years, that's pretty awesome. Nobody thought the Bengals were any good at that point in time, right? Nobody thought the Bengals were any good. Now we're building castles and statues and monuments to the Cincinnati Bengals, and Joe Burrow's taken them to the playoffs twice in 5 years. Andy Dalton overcame a lot when he was the quarterback, like Marvin Lewis. And a bad owner, and Joe Burrow's had pieces and hasn't been able to lead his team further than Andy Dalton did. That's just the facts.
It is what it is. You know who also didn't go to the playoffs? Bailey Zappi.
It's time for the College Football Report with Jay Binkley.
I'm still not sure I'm not Dusty's dad, but regardless.
On your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5, The Fan.
That's right. Wednesday, college football is officially over, but we got to get a reaction to a national championship game. And Binkley, I'll need your private reaction to the picture I just sent you on X. I think you'll be happy with that on a beautiful Wednesday. I sent Mac the same photo, so I'll need your reviews later. But did the right team win the national championship this year?
Yeah, I think so. It's been Ohio State, Bob's Buckeyes. It's been them. And it's funny. It's a good redemption story for Ryan Day. It just shows you when the whole world's coming down. Kind of like what the Chiefs are saying and how everybody went on Ryan Day needs to be fired after losing to Michigan. Although I will say this, I think people forget the fact that he did beat Michigan his first year as a head coach, like 56-27, almost 40 bowled him. He beat him. Yes, he lost him, but I'll remind people, Jim Harbaugh lost to Ohio State 5 straight times. 5 straight times, eventually wins the national title, and then was able to turn it around with 3 straight wins over Ohio State. But nobody wanted Jim Harbaugh fired. I mean, it parlayed right into the NFL, and everybody thinks he's the best thing since sliced bread. So why don't they do this with Ryan Day? Why didn't I hear his name being brought up in the NFL circles? He's been a quarterback coach for the Eagles and the Ravens. The guy is in the top 4 winningest college football coaches of all time. Why isn't he getting any run for the NFL? I don't get it, but yes, the right team won.
And he's got a sweet beard, too, which is awesome. But the other thing that Ryan Day handled, Jay, was crisis at this point in time. They lose to Michigan. The flag gets planted. His family's getting death threats. It's a really, really bad situation. The team, I'm sure, is getting hate mail from, people in Ashtabula, Ohio, or wherever the hell they are, and everybody's ticked off about this team losing that Michigan game. And he did an unbelievable job, and that's become a leader and led his team through what was a very tough time. When you're getting death threats, people showing up at your house and threatening your family and stuff like that for a football game, I'm sure he had to lead a lot of players through a lot during that period of time. That's what a head coach is about, my friend.
Yeah, let's not also forget the amount of Tennessee fans that showed up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Because Ohio State fans weren't buying it. They thought they were going to lose.
Yeah, they wanted running water, so they got out of Tennessee and went up north.
So those Tennessee fans went and showed up to the game because they were, anti-Ryan Day. If I'm him, I'm double middle fingered my way out of town.
So you would leave Ohio State if you're Ryan Day?
Yeah, I'd probably stay there, but man, it'd make you want to really do those double middle fingers, man.
Yeah,
I mean, there's so many. It's like the Chiefs. There's so many different media outlets. I'm shocked that he still talks to because he did. He played along with them when ESPN wanted him fired, and their hot take talk shows wanted him fired, but yet he does and gracious with all the time with ESPN and all that. But seriously, I mean, props to the guy because he showed a lot more strength than I would have.
What's bigger, Jay? Ryan Day's balls to call the play, or Jeremiah Smith to catch the ball, or Will Howard to make that throw?
You know what? There's something about that play. Oh, yes, that play was a lot of balls to throw, but you're throwing to Jeremiah Smith, so he's going to catch it. I'm shocked they didn't do it on second down, though, because Notre Dame was selling out. They were running a cover 0. They had nobody deep. I'm shocked they didn't go. I mean, I know it worked out for them fine, and they were able to get it, but I'm shocked they didn't do it on second down just so they could have third down if it happens. But instead, it was a silly Will Howard run into the heart of the defense in Notre Dame. They were selling out for the run. They had everybody in the line of scrimmage to stop the run, so I'm a little bit surprised they didn't. Chip Kelly didn't call that play on second down. Yes, it worked out for him on third down, but still surprised they didn't do it on second down. But Will Howard was amazing. He made himself a lot of money going forward in the NFL draft. That's a redemption story. I mean, Kansas State runs him out of Manhattan. He gets a big nil deal. He goes to Ohio State. He loses to Oregon because of not knowing the clock at the end of the game. And all the Ohio State fans wanted Will Howard to be gone. They didn't like him, but all of a sudden he sits there and turns around and wins the national title and wins the national title game MVP, which was a redemption story for himself as well.
Speaking of an MVP and a redemption story, Josh Allen comes to Arrowhead again. Fourth time he'll play Patrick Mahomes, third time in Patrick Mahomes' backyard. This game's going to look differently than the first game, obviously, because I don't think the victory will be on the side of Buffalo, but also because there's some players that missed the last game for the Bills. Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, Kean Coleman, Dwayne Smoot. For the Chiefs, Pacheco, Brown, Watson, Omenihu, and Butker. Binkley, are you? Is this why you get into sports? Is this why you love football? Is because of this game on Sunday at 5:30?
100%. I'm looking forward to this game. I'm glad it's the Buffalo Bills and the Chiefs. It's become a nice little rivalry. That station, our sister station, Odyssey, out there in Western New York, there's a couple of them out there. I tell them every year. They always have me coming on at the beginning of the year to talk about the season. I said, I'll see you guys twice. See you the regular season. We'll see you in the postseason, because this is what it's become, the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills at the end of the year. I couldn't ask for a better game. Both these quarterbacks playing at a high level. Of course, Sean McDermott, former Andy Reid, assists, and it's going to be fun. And not only that, but a lot of people probably shouldn't be watching this game because of all the Chiefs hate. I saw a show on ESPN this morning saying, are the Chiefs boring? Yes or no, overwhelmingly favored the Chiefs, yet that same network, ESPN, it was the number one rated show ever on ESPN were the Kansas City Chiefs. You just read the stats out, about 50 million people watching the Chiefs and Bills last year. 4 of the top 5 shows in America were Kansas City Chiefs games. So all these people that say they're not going to watch, they sure are watching, aren't they?
I guess so. I mean, you're pretty fired up on the X these days. You're out there just collecting receipts and taking bodies, man.
Hey, man, I'm so tired. There's a guy named Josh DeBow from the Associated Press that's been awesome. He's been putting all these facts out there, and people just can't get it. It's got like highest percentages for quarterbacks getting pass interference, and Josh Allen was way ahead of Patrick Mahomes. I mean, way ahead. There's a laundry of quarterbacks that get calls way before Patrick Mahomes, but it's hilarious when he talks about, I mean, fewer penalty yards the other teams have gotten in the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's amazing the kind of work that he's gone through just trying to prove people. People don't like facts. They
they don't like facts at all. You give them facts, they don't know what to do. It's easy just it's just easy to have the low-hanging fruit of the referees, even though it doesn't add up. Jay, before we let you go, what has you ticked off the most about people and the Chiefs right now?
I think it's this whole narrative of the Chiefs cheat. They won't get the proper respect. I mean, going to 7 straight AFC title games, I still hear this Gronk over Kelsey argument and stuff like that. There's no argument. You're judged by what you do in the postseason. When you pass Jerry Rice in catches, you're on the doorstep of passing Jerry Rice in yardage. You're on the doorstep of passing Jerry Rice in touchdowns. You've made it. You've ended the argument. You've ended the argument who the greatest ever is. Andy Reid, 4 wins away from Bill Belichick now in all-time postseason wins, which is incredible. He's only the 4th human being ever to coach in the NFL with over 300 wins, postseason and regular season. But you don't hear that stuff at all. You don't hear that stuff at all. We want to talk about the refs giving the Chiefs an advantage. And the flopping. Has anybody ever watched Josh Allen flop? The dude flops more than a fish. I mean, Josh Allen sets the bar for how you flop in the National Football League, but everybody thinks it's Mahomes. But the Bills do get a lot of crap, too. So it's going to be funny because after this game, people are going to decide if the refs run the game or not. My suggestion is go watch pickleball. Go watch something else. Don't watch the NFL, even though America will be watching.
All right, Binkley, I know we'll be watching. You'll be watching. You take care and enjoy the game. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
All right, my friends. We'll talk to you soon.
No doubt about it, Jay.
Go watch pickleball.
Yeah, if you don't like it. Now he's got a vendetta against pickleball.
Binkley's out to get everybody today.
Josh Allen, he is considered Superman or the Cannon, but there are ways around getting around his talent and trying to expose him the best way you possibly can. Mac will dive into that on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Attention, Missouri sports fans, I've got great news for you. Underdog is available in your state right now. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players are going to go off and which ones are going to be ice cold. And with over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athletes' performances. With their Champs game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats when it comes to touchdowns, interceptions, and more. And they've got all of your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Basketball, football, hockey, it doesn't matter. It's all right there on the Underdog app. And with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and turn them into a W. And this week for the game in Kansas City, how about Travis Kelce, higher than 68.5 yards receiving? How about Kareem Hunt, higher than 32.5 yards rushing? And how about Saquon Barkley, higher than half a rushing touchdown? Underdog is the best place to play. Sign up and deposit now with promo code BOB Bob to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. And if you're in Missouri, you'll get an additional $50 in bonus cash when you play your first $5 entry. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. $10 deposit minimum. See UnderdogFantasy.com for terms and conditions. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Hi. This weekly football recap is brought to you by MD Anderson Cancer Center.
The race to the big game is down to the final 4 teams. In the divisional round last weekend, Washington pulled the stunner over Detroit, and Philadelphia took down Los Angeles. Buffalo edged out Baltimore, and Kansas City prevailed against Houston to secure their spots in the conference finals.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is doing whatever it takes in the pursuit of making cancer history. Learn more at findyourmdanderson.com.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
I fall in love with you more every single morning.
Babe, you're my favorite. My heart belongs to you.
At Shane Company, our fine jewelry says it all without saying a word. This Valentine's Day, give a gift they'll love. We have pieces you can personalize or classic gifts that are ready to go. Shop our collection of meaningful gifts, like necklaces engraved with flowers and a message of love. Or give timeless diamond studs or a stylish 14-karat gold chain. We have so many romantic gifts, no matter your budget. Just call us Cupid. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, a contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Located in KC and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Chiefs coverage brought to you by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Missouri side 70 westbound starting to slow just a bit from Lee Summit Road over past 40 Highway. Attention drivers, Metro Ford's pre-owned inventory is packed with high-quality cars, trucks, and SUVs, all priced to move. Plus, every eligible pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Visit Metro Ford on Noland Road in Independence or shop online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
You can listen to the play-by-play of the Chiefs and Bills AFC Championship game with Mitch, Danon, and Kling right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday.
You want an interesting stat that you're going to get all lathered up over, Binkley?
You mean Mini Bink?
Yeah, Mini Bink, yeah. Or everybody. This comes from a guy named Warren Sharp on X, formerly Twitter. He's at Sharp Football. Does analytics and stats and that kind of stuff, so you know he's right.
Is this on the calls and everything?
Yeah. I saw a crazy stat yesterday on ESPN that I could not believe. The last 4 years, over the last 11 playoff games for the Chiefs, 0 games the Chiefs had more penalties. 10 games the opponents had more penalties. Wow.
You can keep going. There's like a thread of that because then Mr. McIntyre of the Herd brings up another tweet, and then he gets bodied by a guy that used to work here. And And Nick Wright says, well, or you can look at the actual facts that matter, where they've outscored their opponents 78 points more, 9 more wins, but let the conspiracies go on through infinity.
Right, that's what they want to do. They just want to look. Or here's the other thing too, and I know this doesn't play well nationally, and I'm sure Russo won't understand this if we explained it to him. But like Andy Reid as a veteran head coach is really, really good at getting his players ready for these games and telling them not to commit these penalties. Now, so, I mean, coaching does matter in these games, and getting players ready and prepared for these games does matter. It is very impactful. And so I think having a veteran coach and veteran players that have been there before, that factors in as well to why these guys aren't committing penalties. Like, I can't believe we're still here on Wednesday. And this is my fear going into this game. I said it yesterday, is that this is going to be talked about and discussed so much that they're going to be on high alert, and we may see the referees reverse things and go the other way and do call things that aren't there.
That's Robert Feline, or some people call him the Bobcat. That's right. I thought you might like that.
I know that was funny yesterday.
Yeah, that's great. The real name for a Bobcat is Robert Feline?
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Where's that been my whole life? Man, you talk about some interesting stuff going on in the NFL before we get to this topic that we'll get with getting Josh Allen under pressure. Detroit's coaches are leaving quickly.
Yeah, they are. They're running.
They just lost their defensive line coach to the New England Patriots.
Oh, really? Josh McDaniels?
Terrell Williams is leaving the Lions, as one Dan Campbell said is the best defensive line coach in the NFL. And they did interview Josh McDaniels yesterday for their offensive coordinator
job.
They hired him. Oh, they hired him.
Oh, yeah, he got hired. Oh, yeah, he got hired.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Is he bringing Tom Brady with him?
No, he's in Vegas.
Oh.
We called that, by the way, I think about 3 weeks ago on this show.
I think we did say that Josh
Vrabel was going to get the head coaching job. It's like, go call Mike McDaniels, and Rob Gronkowski did it on Fox pregame show.
Yep.
Then it does happen. Now they're going to get Detroit Lions defensive line coach. Don't look now, but Patriots might be building something. They're trying to go back to the old days.
You see, that you can't go back to the old days, though. You got to move forward. And I understand Josh McDaniels may be a great offensive coordinator with Tom Brady.
That's all he should ever. I think he's a good offensive coordinator in general.
Is he?
I think so.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
I think that's what he can do. I don't think he can coach a team, lead a team. I think he's obviously failed that miserably twice. But just stay in your lane, bro. You know, you're an offensive coordinator. You can work with the quarterback. Get Drake May to where he needs to be, and I bet it works out well for Josh McDaniels.
I think they'll be very successful up there.
Miami's declining.
Yep.
The Jets, no one knows. Buffalo's still the supreme. Go be the Chargers of this year, right?
Right.
Go be competitive in your division, sneak into the wild card, and then maybe upset somebody. Maybe not. Maybe be the team that gets in, play with house money. You never know, because that's what it looks like for New England. Josh Allen, right, doesn't get sacked a lot. Has a really good offensive line. But there are ways to disturb Mr. Allen, and that is adding pressure. Mr. McMorray, what do you say?
I mean, yeah, for me, I mean, you look at that game in, what was it, week 11 or so against Buffalo, they could not get to Josh Allen at all. Only one pressure rushing 4. Every time that they had to get to Josh Allen, Spags had to drop a blitz. And now he's one of the best at doing that. They blitz at a higher rate than most any other team. But throughout the course of the whole game, especially in that first half, Spags likes to be a little more conservative. If they can't get to Josh Allen with 4, it's going to be tough. Now, we've talked about the differences between the Chiefs in Week 11 and now. There's quite a few, right? One of those on defense, and his name's Chuck Minihue.
He's made everybody better.
He has made everyone better, Bob. 7 sacks. Karlaftis
it's like Mac with us, Dusty.
Exactly, yes, me to you. Karlaftis has 7 sacks since Charles has come back in Week 12.
Yeah.
So 7 of his, 8 sacks on the season. Yeah, 7 of his 8 sacks.
He had 1 before Minihue was
Before Minihue came back,
He has 7 now.
Right, and he's now 4 shy of the all-time lead in the history of the Kansas City Chiefs in the postseason.
Behind the shark.
I mean, we talk about it in baseball terms all the time. time, like who's batting behind you, You got to have guys batting behind you that are legit and playing alongside of you that are legit. I mean, you line up along the line of scrimmage. Like Derek Thomas was awesome. Neil Smith was pretty damn good too, and so was Dan Saliamua. Like there were guys on the Bill Moss back in the day. Like those guys, that was a hell of a defensive line. You look at Lawrence Taylor, Carl Banks was on the other side, Leonard Marshall. You had good football players surrounding them. You're only as good as your supporting cast is. A superstar can't carry everybody unless you have other good players alongside of you. And I'm not saying Karlaftis or anybody like that's a superstar right now. Definitely could be.
Keep getting 3 sacks in a playoff
game. You get 3 sacks against
Absolutely,
Josh Allen this week in this game, people are going to be talking about George Karlaftis. They're going to be saying that kid's going to be something someday.
He'll be a household name.
Yeah.
Like that Travis Tritt song.
That's exactly right. I'm going to be somebody. Or wait, I got rice cooking in the microwave. Was that the one?
Same one.
Yeah, same song.
No, different song. That's a great day to be alive.
It is a great day. Every day is a great day to be alive, right? Except if you're, Joe Burrow, who's not better than Andy Dalton.
Leave him alone. Joe Burrow missed like 2 full seasons.
I'm just going to spit facts, man. Facts are facts.
That's also being like Justin Herbert has more passing yards in his first 3 years than Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, Mahomes didn't play his first year.
Yeah.
Well, Burrow missed like basically 2 full seasons.
I don't care. I'm tired of the Joe Burrow derangement syndrome where people are out here peddling like this guy's the second coming and he's sitting at home in
Drew Nixon in here all pissed off on Code Red, man.
Oh, okay. Scares me. Ooh, Joe Burrow. He's a fraud.
Oh, my God, Bob.
What would we be saying?
Don't call him a fraud,
What would we be saying about Joe Burrow if he didn't beat Patrick Mahomes in that AFC Championship?
Talking about just like you are Josh Allen, and you can't erase history.
No, you can't. No.
Facts are facts.
Facts are facts, right. Joe Burrow, not as good as Andy Dalton. Facts.
Okay.
No.
One guy's name is Joe Cool. The other guy is the Red Rocket.
Red Rifle.
Red Rifle. Sorry. Red Rocket is your dog.
Oh. He's been cut and still gets it. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That doesn't stop.
Okay. Like, damn,
yeah, pillows.
And thing's strong down there. Need to get Elon on that rocket.
I remember my pug growing up, Herbie. Boy, I'll tell you what.
Thanks so about Herbie.
And he was fixed too.
Also, for the Chiefs to beat the Bills, they got to have their receivers not named Xavier Worthy step up.
Yep. I mean, no Hollywood, no D-Hop. They've
Didn't
got to have
need it.
And didn't need it, right? The corners for Houston are so good. Those edge rushers are coming to you quick. That's not the way. You heard Danon talk about it yesterday. They've got Milano. They've got good safeties. They're going to be better maybe against Travis Kelce.
He said they're going to play a lot of nickel.
Yep, a lot of nickel, a lot of dime.
This Milano thing is interesting because for years now, Josh and I used to joke about this Milano guy because every year playing Buffalo. Well, if we had Matt Milano covering Travis Kelce, and he's never been there. Well, now he's here.
Finally,
yep.
so let's.
But he's also 10 years older than he was when we first talked about this guy, right?
So is Travis.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Does Matt Milano scare people? Like, is that like that seemingly?
I think it's just the unknown that you just mentioned. We haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Like, let's go. I mean,
makes a great cookie for Pepperidge Farm. I'll tell you what, man.
What was the guy? Kyle Hamilton. Everybody was talking about him last year in the AFC Championship game. First drive, they targeted him and put a dot right in Kelsey's arm and for a touchdown. And Mitch Holtz said that wrapped that thing up with duct tape and stuck it in there.
First and only touchdown that he allowed all season against Travis Kelce. So I assume similar things to happen to Milano. You mentioned the bracket, or Dana mentioned the brackets. They'll have a safety there. That'll lead more for those receivers who the Buffalo Bills, they don't have great cornerbacks.
Yeah.
So I would assume man coverage.
And they got injuries in the defensive backfield as well, too.
Yes. So D-Hop, Hollywood Brown, it's time. Let's go. Wake up.
I think what we're going to see ultimately is Matt Milano retire at halftime.
It's also a different game, man. You got Tooney at left tackle, Hollywood Brown's playing, O'Menehu's playing, Jalen Watson's playing, Pacheco's in there, and then Buffalo's got a bunch of players as well. Coming up on the other side, there was a quote yesterday from Patrick Mahomes on the drive with Carrington Harrison and Rob Breton about, is this possibly the last ride for 87? We'll do that on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a time and place for DIY projects, right? We all know what those time and place for the DIY projects are, but selling your home isn't one of them. When you decide to sell, it's best to leave it to an expert. Trust Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team to negotiate the highest price for your home and navigate all the red tape to ensure a seamless and stress-free sale. Dawn consistently helps homeowners in Kansas City and the surrounding areas sell their homes for more than they expected. And if you want the best possible offer for your home, in many cases, like we said, over the asking price, then call Dawn Sharp today, because Dawn and her team will bring you the most buyers. On average, they sell a home every 72 hours, and in the last 12 months, they've sold over 150 homes. The Sharp Homes team can also give you options. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, do it. You can contact them to discuss their instant offer program. Contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp at the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. You can Google them, Sharp Homes team, read from over 200 5-star Google and Zillow reviews, or just visit them at homesforsaleInKC.com. That's homesforsaleInKC.com, and start packing.
Kansas City barbecue lovers, you hear that? Yeah, I don't either, because this ad called for barbecue smoke sound effect, and smoke doesn't make a sound. I think I know what Low and Slow Snacks, the first ever smoked potato chip and cheese puff company, was going for here. All of their snacks are covered in a secret barbecue rub and then smoked with real hickory wood to get real barbecue flavor. So while there's no smoke sound, there's a ton of smoky greatness in each bag. Low and Slow Snacks. Real wood, real smoke, real barbecue. Now available at Price Chopper and Hy-Vee stores across Kansas City.
Rally House, shop every team in town, college and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
It's playoffs time, KC. Rally House has the Chiefs gear you're looking for, including Chiefs official postseason gear and the latest styles fit for the kingdom.
Kansas, Missouri, Kansas State, Chiefs and Royals make KC great. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusion supply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is a message from sponsor Intuit TurboTax. Now, Taxes is having a TurboTax expert do your taxes and get you every dollar you deserve. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first, before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side, you may see some off-again, on-again slowdowns between Lee Summit Road out past the Blue Ridge cutoff. It's lightened up a bit here in the last few minutes. 71 northbound still a little slow between 75th up towards Gregory. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Tries to throw, line caught, touchdown, Kansas City! Yeah! The best quarterback to pass catcher duo in National Football League history. Yeah!
Hell of a game, dog. Wait a dog. Go get another one. Let's go get another one.
That audio of NFL.com. NFL Films, as they did the game last week as well with every other game. Patrick Mahomes' pass to Travis Kelce over Azeez Al-Shahir when he just stood over him. Welcome to the league, kid. You punk.
Yeah, he's a cheap shot artist, that guy. Yeah. He sucks.
Well, he's watching.
His stand-up's good, though.
Yeah, he's watching the rest of this playoff round.
You think he is? You think those guys are watching once they get eliminated,
100%,
do you?
100%.
Because I know if anything should happen that I don't like, I ain't watching that game on that 9th of February.
It's their life.
Which means I don't think they are watching. They're down in Cancun enjoying Mai Tais and forgetting about life for a few weeks.
We'll get into the last of Max Pack and Bob's Bottom Feeders here in about 10 minutes, but quite possibly Kansas City. I know you don't want to talk about it. You don't want to hear about it. You don't want to think about it. But this might be the last ride for 87 in Arrowhead. Mm-hmm. This might be your last opportunity to see Travis Kelce play a game in your stadium in his career. Now, I know that we've seen the quotes from Taylor Swift that says, I like that he's doing it. He's still able to do it. I hope he keeps playing. He's enjoying it. I love it as well. We also are the home for Kansas City Chiefs, and Patrick Mahomes joins Carrington every Tuesday. And he had this to say when Carrington asked him if this is possibly Patrick or Travis Kelce's last game at Arrowhead.
I have no idea. He hasn't said anything to me if he's thinking that. So I know he signed a 2-year extension before the season, and he seems like he still loves football, but he also has a great life as well. So either way, man, I just appreciate every single time I step on the field with that guy, knowing that he's a true legend of not only the Chiefs but of the NFL. And if it's his last game, let's go out there and get him a win. And if it's not his last game, let's go out and win anyways, huh?
Ask me if it's Travis Kelce's last game at Arrowhead.
Is it his last game at Arrowhead?
Yes. Ask me if it's Travis Kelce's last game at Arrowhead.
Is it Travis Kelce's last game at Arrowhead?
No. Okay. I don't know what the right answer is to that question because both yes and no make complete sense. And it's okay to have both sides be the right answer, but not know which one to pick, right? Like, you could see Travis Kelce, if they win this game, walk out of Arrowhead Stadium with another AFC championship going on to the Super Bowl to win that crown. Now, there's a couple of things that are floating out there about Travis Kelce that we need to get to the bottom of. He's 225 yards behind Jerry Rice for the all-time record in postseason receiving yards. He essentially has 2 more games to get 225 yards if this is the end. Is he going to be able to do that? It's going to be tough. It just is. It's like 225 yards receiving in 2 games is going to be tough. And he's only 2 touchdowns behind Jerry Rice for the all-time receiving total of touchdowns in the history of the NFL postseason. I got to be honest with you. From my standpoint, if I'm Travis Kelce, I want those records. Mm-hmm. And I am not taking off my jersey for the final time till I have those records. Because as Bink said earlier, there are people still debating whether or not Gronk is the better tight end than Travis Kelce at this point in time. Ben Maller this morning said, if I'm Travis Kelce, I ain't leaving that field until they forcibly force me to leave that field and cut my jersey off. And so that's kind of where I am. But I would also understand if they three-peat and they win this whole thing, he walks off into the sunset. What a better way to go out on top. But I personally, if I were him, I'd want those records for Jerry Rice because you're this close. Could you imagine me 6 yards shy of Jerry Rice and a touchdown shy? You got to come back for one more year.
First game he had 117. If he goes 117 and 117, what is that?
That's over the 225. Yeah.
That'd be, 328 or 228?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, 7 and 7 is 14, so you put down the 4, carry the 134. 234.
So he'd have it. 234 if he did 117, 117.
Right.
I do think that numbers matter, but I think the one number that matters over them all is the three-peat.
Yeah.
He would then have 4 titles. He would won 3 in a row, solidified himself as the GOAT at that position, and would probably go down as the number 1 pass-catching duo in the history of the NFL until someone eclipsed that later on in the history of the NFL. This, to me, is reason number 132,553.02, Roll Tide Willie sort of quote there, to go see this game.
Yeah.
And I think it's hilarious that some people will do that because that's what you watch this team for. That's why you watch this game. You go to see your superstars. As a kid, I went and saw Cal Ripken in his last tour at Kauffman Stadium. I saw Nolan Ryan's last game in Kauffman Stadium. Don't remember it, but I was there because my dad wanted to see it. Somebody in the text line says this already. I said, I bought tickets for me and the lady yesterday, lower level, 5th row for this reason. The $2,000 was worth it, man. Such a legend.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. One of the, I don't want to say selling points for this game to get people to decide to go to the game. This may be the last time you're going to see Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes play together at Arrowhead Stadium. There's a really good chance that this is the last time that you see both of them play together at Arrowhead Stadium. And if there's one thing I know about in life, and I think we've all been there, Frank Sinatra regrets I've had a few. If you decide to sell your tickets and not go to this game, and Travis Kelce, and they win, and Travis Kelce does retire after this season, aren't you going to live with that the rest of your life? Going, damn, I missed Travis Kelce's last game with Patrick Mahomes at Arrowhead. I had that opportunity to go, and I chose not to. I think that's a big selling point for this game. In addition to, obviously winning and going to the Super Bowl, this may be the last time you get to see Travis Kelce in person in Kansas City.
As a football player.
Well, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll still come to games, but I think that...
Imagine him banging the drum. He's got to do it on opening day if he retires, right? If they win the Super Bowl and Travis retires, he's got to bang the drum on opening day.
I mean, you just, I don't know, I guess you could use Kling as an example. Like, not everybody gets to go out the way they want to go out, right? Kling was able to do that in this industry that can be super brutal. Same with the NFL. I know that I'm not comparing, athletes, but, Travis Kelce, if he does win a 3rd championship, gets to go out how he wants to go out. His brother didn't get to do that. I'm sure that's a little, agonizing.
I mean, losing that game in Tampa and walking away with that bad taste in your mouth after last year.
Obviously, he's doing well outside of football. He'll have outside sources be like, hey, man, do you like going up to practice every day? Do you want to do this all the time? But
for a lot of these guys, though, it's about that bragging right more so than the money,
And this time will come eventually later on in history for Mahomes. But, I mean, this is to me, of this era, this is the first domino that will fall that will no longer be there. Right. And I know that perspective sucks sometimes, but this is one of those guys that I've seen every year of their career. I remember him getting drafted out of Cincinnati in the 3rd round. Should have been a 1st-round pick, but didn't because marijuana apparently was an evil thing back then as well. And he gets drafted in the 3rd round. Misses his entire rookie year with an ACL injury. Comes back. He's a hot shot, hot head, throwing towels at referees, saying the Foot Locker.
This close to getting cut by the Kansas City Chiefs.
And then all of a sudden, it's like this new career happens and 1,000 yards every season. You start thinking Kelce moments that you'll always remember, whether they're at Arrowhead or not. I'll remember the 3 touchdowns in the first half against Houston. One of the funniest Travis Kelce games of all time. I think he had, 4 touchdowns against Vegas for 25 yards total. 4 catches, 4 touchdowns.
That's right. Remember that game? Yeah.
Didn't need to do anything else.
The overtime game against the Chargers in 21.
Caught the game-winning touchdown in the 13-second game against Buffalo. Fireworks are going off, and him and Mahomes are like, hold on, we got to go say sorry to Josh Allen. We're just blacked out from the greatest game we've ever seen. And you think of all the moments, the parades, the you got to fight, the Viva Las Vegas, the Taylor Swift thing, his career has been loaded.
It's unbelievable.
From start to finish.
You could arguably say the best sports career in the history of any athlete with everything that's involved.
So I do think if you truly do believe that this is his last game at Arrowhead and you're going, soak it in a little bit. Obviously, get the emotions and the juices of the game itself. But remember, when you're out there in the stands and you're seeing 87 do his warm-ups, just watch his attitude, watch his demeanor. Is he looking up to the rafters? Is he looking at the scoreboard? Is he soaking it all in? Attitude will tell you that because he doesn't know probably right now if it's his last game or not. A lot pending on the rest of his career. Again, 225, 2 touchdowns. He goes for 117 and 117 again and a touchdown each game. and wins a title, then I can ask that question again. Do you think this is Travis Kelce's last game?
And then I may say yes. Like if he has those records and a title when this thing is all said and done, at this point in time, what else do you have to play for? And then at that point in time, you have to ask yourself, am I going to stay around too long? Because you don't want to be Jerry Rice with the Denver Broncos, or you don't want to be Emmitt Smith with the Arizona Cardinals, and you don't want to be, whoever played somewhere where they probably should. DJ with the Raiders. We can throw that out there. Jamal with the Broncos,
Ichiro
like
in
that.
Miami.
Ichiro with the Marlins. Yes, Hall of Famer
Deion
Ichiro
with the Ravens.
Yeah, like the list kind of goes on and on and on of guys that you're like, you probably should have left a little bit sooner. But Travis Kelce is going to be the first guy that this generation of sports fans in Kansas City sees, retires, and walk away, and it's going to be the first one since George Brett that really has an impact on us. We've never seen an athlete retire or leave Kansas City that has accomplished this much and has meant so much to this town and to this organization. When he retires and does walk away, people will cry. People will be upset. People will be disappointed. People will be, sentimental and all that. And that hasn't happened since 1993 when George Brett walked away and kissed home plate. And so that shows you the impact and the importance of Travis Kelce as a player. This will be the first retirement from a sport by a player that this generation, our generation of sports fans, truly feels and is impacted by.
Somebody says, must be a slow sports day. We can't be talking about Travis Kelce retiring. The reason we bring it up is because yesterday Mahomes was on the show called The Drive here on 96.5 The Fan with Carrington and Rob Bretton, and they asked, and this is the answer.
I have no idea. He hasn't said anything to me if he's thinking that. So I know he signed a 2-year extension before the season, and he seems like he still loves football, but he also has a great life as well. So either way, man, I just appreciate every single time I step on the field with that guy, knowing that he's a true legend of not only the Chiefs but of the NFL. And if it's his last game, let's go out there and get him a win. And if it's not his last game, let's go out and win anyways, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Slow sports day is one of the things that I hate the most. That's like blaming the referees. Must be a slow sports day. Oh, because we're not talking about what you want us to talk about?
Yeah. And there's a couple things I want to get to because on the text line it says it seems like he would need like a send-off tour. But then they also responded with, but I don't see him being that guy. You also hear the audio of Mahomes being like, well, he hasn't said anything to me about it. I also see Travis Kelce being that guy going up to him if they do win the third Super Bowl in a row going, Pat, I'm done, baby. This is it. I'm done. I'm calling it quits. And then you let the season play out. Don't let there be a distraction, which again goes back to the beginning of this topic where Travis Kelce used to be and where Travis Kelce is. That is a beautiful career, one that we will always remember.
Yep.
And I will tell you this, man, like if it is his last one, enjoy it. And if it isn't, then
you got another one to go.
I mean, why not? But I'm just saying, like, I don't know the answer, but I know people will say, well, he hasn't said anything about it. He's not that guy. They know what's on the line. They've been talking about this since they got their rings from the 2-peat, that they were focused on the 3-peat. They're not worried about if this is their last game. I can see this happening where it's all over, and I guarantee you, they win the Super Bowl. I guarantee you, Bob and Mac, if they win the Super Bowl, and what will be Nance that'll be up there doing the ceremony or whoever, or Fox, I guess.
Fox would be Tom Brady. How about Brady presenting a 3-peat trophy to Patrick? Oh, it's happening.
Yeah, and then not only that, but like, could you imagine if they give the microphone, like, Travis, is this it? I could see maybe at that moment it goes one of two ways. I'm going to enjoy this, man, think about what everything is, and I'll get to a decision when it matters. Or he's like, yeah, this is it. Let's go out of the
Never make that decision in that moment. Ever make that decision in that moment because it will be awful. The only real people who do these retirement tours, a lot of narcissism involved in that, especially when you're not a player and you're working like a front office, PR people and do these farewell tours and whatnot where you announce it before the year and you go on this farewell tour and the whole 9 yards like that. That's look at me. I don't sense that out of Travis Kelce. I really don't get that out of Travis. Like, he doesn't need to go to every stadium and get a rocking chair and things of that nature or, boots or whatever people want to give him to retire. I think Travis Kelce just goes, peace out, man. I ain't feeling 22 anymore. That's how it'll happen, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
He didn't play the last game last season for that 1,000 yards, so I don't think he's that kind of guy.
Last one of the year. Just like we had the last library, this is the last Max Pack and Bob's Bottom Feeder time.
It's time for Max Pack.
Bittersweet. Did it all year. The list stayed pretty consistent. Chiefs at the top, Bills were in there, Ravens, Eagles did find their way into my top 5 list throughout the season. The Detroit Lions became a mainstay. Eventually, throughout midway through the season, I had to finally let go of my Green Bay Packers. Trials and tribulations through Max Pack first year, but we did it. Based on next year, we're going to do a couple lists here. So based on next year, going into next year, Max Pack starts like this, okay? Chiefs at 1, Buffalo at 2. The Washington Commanders, starting for next season, are number 3 on my Max Packs list. Jaden Daniels, that defense is building. I think they get another weapon besides Terry McLaurin. Washington is the future in the NFC.
They have a ton of cap space, by the way.
Exactly. Yes. And that defense, that roster, isn't great this season.
That's where Tyreek Hill's going to go.
Oh, I saw New England. We can get into that next segment.
That's fun,
I think we're doing that, right? Fact or fiction? Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, New England. Yeah, I've heard a lot of things about Tyreek Hill.
Baltimore.
Tampa Bay 1, 2.
I heard he's got a lot of children as well.
No, you didn't hear. You know. You've seen.
And then Baltimore's going to stay at 4. We'll talk about Lamar ad nauseum, I'm sure, all offseason. Then the Atlanta Falcons, my one hot take going into next season for Max Packs. They
like Michael Penix Jr., don't you?
I like Michael Penix.
I told you he's good.
I like the coach. Yeah, but he was my 3rd favorite quarterback coming out of the draft. I really like Michael Penix. And the NFC kind of sucks. The NFC South definitely sucks. I think Tampa Bay is going to be fine next year, but New Orleans, Carolina, and the rest of the NFC doesn't have star power.
Mike Evans come back next year? What was that contract he signed? Was it like
Mike Evans? I think he has one more year.
Yeah, he signed a 2-year big one.
I believe so.
God, I love that guy, too.
He's so good.
Hall of Famer?
No question he's a Hall of Famer. He's just unbelievable,
Imagine
man.
if he and Kelsey both retire this year, the combined 1,000-yard seasons in a row for those two guys. It's like 17, 18.
And yet nobody talks about him, ever.
Evans?
Yeah.
And he won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Imagine
if he played with Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Or Andy Dalton.
Not only did he win a Super Bowl, he won a quarterback a Heisman.
Well, okay.
There is that.
You guys regularly say that. That's not true, but that's okay. The coaches remaining. Andy Reid 1, Dan Quinn 2, McDermott 3, Sirianni at 4 for me.
His record indicates that he's going to be in there somewhere. I mean, I know Sirianni's a tool, and not a lot of people like him.
He gets to the Super Bowl, though. You just have to
wins, man.
Yeah.
Like he, what is he like? Since he's been a coach, he has more wins in the NFL than other than maybe Andy Reid.
And regular season wins for sure.
Yeah.
Regular season, yeah.
Regular season. But here's the thing about him. He's actually a good head coach because he doesn't try to get involved in the X's and O's, man. Just manage that team.
He doesn't know how to do it.
And that's fine. Which is fine.
I guess. But I mean, like,
fine.
Minute left in the game, you got your head coach be like, all right, guys, and Dave, go ahead and give him the play.
That's right. Empower your people, be a good leader, and handle the press conference. Look, it works. It works, man. You can't deny it. Like, I was looking at something from one of the stations in Philly this morning on their Twitter feed. If Nick Sirianni wins, do we have to change our opinion on it? Yes! Yes, you do! Like, you can't continue to call somebody a stupid idiot when he's taken his team to the Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years. You just can't do that. Idiots don't get their teams to the Super Bowl.
I disagree wholeheartedly, but that's okay. I think multiple idiots have won Super Bowl trophies. Sirianni, maybe next.
Who do you think is an idiot that's won a Super Bowl trophy?
Mike McCarthy.
See, I disagree with that. He's overcome narcissism with Aaron Rodgers and Jerry Jones to be a really good coach.
Brian Billick?
I don't know enough to say whether or not. Yeah, I don't know enough. That was like
Tony Dungy?
Well, now I think he's an idiot. But I used to think he was a legit coach.
Yeah, I think he's
that bottom feeder over there.
I know. I mean, my whole impression of Tony Dungy has changed with the way he handled the Taylor Swift thing. I have no respect for the guy and never will. Just won't.
He looks like those things from Toy Story that's like the claw, it moves. Like you put one of those characters next to Tony Dungy, tell me I'm wrong, dude. Tell me I'm wrong.
Here's my bottom feeders based on projections for next year going into the season in no particular order. I'm putting Detroit on the list, guys. You lost both of your coordinators. Both of your coordinators are out the door.
And D-line coach.
And D-line coach just left. And that's not going to be the only coaches that leave there. How do you hire an offensive coordinator that clearly had a good relationship with the quarterback, right? With Jared Goff. Did good things with Jared Goff, whatnot. They had some success up there. How are you going to replace that guy and get those same type of results?
You think that's going to drop him that low?
I think it could. Yeah, well, I mean, Minnesota's going to be good again, right? Green Bay's going to be good again. Like, that division is going to be tough again. It's supposed to be a really, really good division. And if Ben Johnson is this second coming and has Caleb Williams playing like, I don't know, Andy Dalton, then maybe the Bears will be a formidable opponent in that division. Jacksonville, I have no idea. I mean, why is that team still in existence?
They got a pretty good pool out there in their stadium. You think there's any urine in there?
Oh.
I never see anybody get out. And it gets cloudier throughout the game.
It's nasty.
It's the P.
Yeah, it's nasty. Like, they're hiring a guy I'd never heard of potentially to be head coach. So
Liam Cohen?
Yeah, I'm out on that. Las Vegas, I'm out on. They don't even have a coach or a quarterback at this point in time.
They got Tom Brady, though.
But they do. He could do both.
Yeah, exactly.
He could really do both. He could call the game, play quarterback, and coach.
He's like Burt Reynolds from The Longest Yard.
Yep. Miami, I'm putting on my bottom feeder list. I think we're going to see a lot of attrition out of the Miami Dolphins. I think we're going to see player movement. I think we're going to see Tyreek Hill potentially traded. It's already starting the implosion there. I'll put them on the list. And Cleveland, just because they're Cleveland. And I have the Giants and Dallas on the outside looking in, hoping to get on this list of bottom feeders.
So, again, Detroit, Jacksonville,
Vegas, Miami, Cleveland. Detroit's going to be an interesting one to watch. They are losing a lot,
They have the most eyes on their franchise outside of the Bears.
Yeah.
I think those are the two most focused teams going into next year. One, Dan Campbell, the training wheels are gone.
It's time to win, Dan.
Your support group has moved on. And not only that, but maybe Minnesota's got – that AFC North in general is just – Bears have a whole thing going on. Minnesota, Kevin O'Connell just got an extension.
Mm-hmm.
They basically have, from what we've heard, are going to move on from Sam Darnold, which means they have Daniel Jones and J.J. McCarthy. Big gamble.
I mean, who's going to start there?
Let's real quick. So we got like 40 seconds. What if he does, like, let's say McCarthy's not ready. He still has a setback and injury. What if Daniel Jones goes 14-3 next year with Kevin O'Connell?
Well, Kevin O'Connell goes right to the Hall of Fame. Kirk Cousins, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones.
I mean,
people may be saying, "Hey, Andy, take a seat. This guy may be better."
Yeah. I mean, good Lord. He's the guy that goes on family vacations by collecting aluminum out of trash cans throughout the neighborhood.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, but you can go on vacation if you want to do it. You just got to go through people's trash and make it your gold. And that's what he's doing with Darnold, Cousins, and then would be Daniel Jones. It's not going to happen.
I told you that story about Mahomes' trash, right? When Channel 9 showed where his house was on TV, my friend's mother went over there and rummaged through his trash.
What in the world?
Yikes.
She was a hoarder.
Or just weird going through people's trash. A lot of babies over there. A lot of diapers, man. Ugh. No thanks. Remember those diaper genies? You put the diaper in there and turn the wheel?
I never thought it worked well.
Came out like a sausage link.
Yeah, but it just didn't work. We just threw them outside.
That'll knock you back 4 steps when you open that lid, man. Oh boy. Championship coverage from the championship game coverage, if I can say it right, is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs. Coming on the other side. You're going to go ahead and get my Richard of the Week out of the way because the Baseball Hall of Fame was announced yesterday, and there was one interesting story that took away from everything that should have been. We'll explain on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, here it is, folks. Your opportunity to go foaling. You can foal around and find out how much fun foaling is. And if you're interested in doing something that's great for everybody, then foaling is the answer to your question. If you're looking to go out with the guys, you're looking to go out with a birthday party, you're looking to have a kids party, you're looking to take the girls' night out, office party, foaling has got something for everybody. And coming up next month, they are about to enter the Jeopardy Bar League, and they're hosting those exclusively at Foaling, Kansas City. It starts Monday, February 3rd at 7 o'clock, free to play, weekly prizes, and Geeks Who Drink are putting on the trivia and all of that. It's going to be Bar Jeopardy, and you're going to have an opportunity to win some fabulous prizes at Foaling. But Foaling, if you haven't been yet, is football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. You're throwing the football at the bowling pins, you're knocking them down, and you're having yourself a blast. They've got a world-class bar, and you can cater your own events as well. So reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com and get your foal on.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal they'll never forget or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, Now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like a player to score 6. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code 965. That's code 965 for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Kansas only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Lowe's knows how to help make your Super Bowl 59 party a touchdown. Let us help you prep your home to host with top brands like Charbroil, Blackstone, and LG, so you can be the MVP of game day. Plus, use the Lowe's app to find what you need for a seamless shopping run. Or huddle up with our Lowe's Red Vest associates to help make all your game time hosting decisions.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at a regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's just not normal. The pain calls from chronic joint pain day after day. But some of you have dealt with that pain for so long, it's become your new normal. Short-term fixes are not working. Make the decision now to say no, not going to live with it. Get moving again in 2025 with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people with pain have discovered these cellular treatments and they're living life again without that constant pain in their joints. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
Championship week coverage of the Chiefs and Bills on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side, 435 northbound, heavy from Winter up towards Front Street with an accident blocking the right lane. Bit of onlooker delay southbound as well in the area. Heading K10 eastbound on the Kansas side, things slow from K7 out to Ridgeview. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
There's always that one guy. By the way, if you missed it, yesterday there were 3 baseball players that are announced to be into the Hall of Fame class of 2025. Ichiro Suzuki, Billy Wagner, and
if you're watching the Today Show this morning, CC Sabathia.
And Wayne Summers, and boom goes the dynamite.
Here, let me see if I can play it for you.
Ichiro played most of his career with the Seattle Mariners and owns the record for most hits in a single season.
All right, and who else? Starting pitcher CC Sabathia.
CC Sabathia.
Never heard of him. I've done TV. They can spell it out the way it sounds.
Yeah, that's rough on the producer.
CC Sabathia.
Sabatha. Sabathia.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It really isn't.
Math is for me because I couldn't do simple math on the air on the fly earlier. I thought 117 plus 117 was 328.
Yeah, it's fine.
My ACT score was 12 the first time I took it. I'm kidding.
Okay, nice.
No, I got a 17 and then a 24.
No, it's good.
And 24 I was okay with. I was like,
24 is good.
You proud?
Is it? I never took the ACT. We took the SAT.
I mean, 24 is probably, I would say, below average.
No, I actually think the average is really bad. So 24 is good. I think the average.
A lot of people, you get 4 points by putting your name.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Wrong.
No, that's not true at all.
All I had to put on my application was for KU was out of state. They're like, ooh, somebody different.
Wow.
Bring him in.
Somebody wants to come here.
Hey, you're leaving. Where to come here? Sure, we'll take you. Quick, say yes.
Oh man. So the Hall of Fame,
Sabathia and Ichiro.
Yeah. So the biggest story I think that we got robbed of yesterday, outside of the first Japanese-born player ever to be in the Hall of Fame, CC Sabathia, a guy that I remember when he started to turn it on for Cleveland. I was like, all right, this guy's going to be a problem. My dad goes, no, he won't. He'll be a Yankee.
Well, yeah.
He got traded to Milwaukee, then started hitting bombs as a pitcher, was just a almost like a Charles Barkley presence on the mound, threw a slider from hell, and just was a stud.
He was awesome. I love CC.
Billy Wagner was one of the first type of closers that went out there just like, I'm going to piss lightning bolts down the plate, and if you can hit it, you can. If not, it's going to be 100 to 101. Also told Mac the story. He used to be a right-hander, broke his arm, learned how to throw left-handed at 100 miles an hour.
Did you see his call yesterday when he got it?
Emotional.
Oh, my God, it was great.
Yeah,
it's the best thing ever.
So it's interesting, and then, you know, the one thing that took the story was Ichiro Suzuki got everybody's vote to be a Hall of Famer except one person.
Do we know who it is yet?
I hope somebody can help me find that because I will call them out as the Richard of the Week.
That guy's
right
a
now,
loser.
they're just the one guy that didn't vote for Ichiro Suzuki.
And if you don't say who you are, then you're a coward. And there's no other way to put it. Be a man.
Yeah, stand on business on why you didn't do it. Because we all know, I would assume, they all probably talk to each other. Like, we're all voting Ichiro in. And like, yep. And then there's that one Judas in the background that's got his fingers crossed like Veruca Salt talking about the everlasting gobstoppers. And all of a sudden he's like, I'm not voting.
Why wouldn't you vote for Ichiro Suzuki?
To be that guy.
To be a douche?
To be that guy.
That's the only way you can do it.
Because you know the room is betting or voting all for Ichiro. Even George Brett only got like 92%.
Yeah, him and Nolan Ryan didn't even get... The only person to ever get 100% of the vote was Mariano Rivera. And a couple of people didn't vote for Nolan Ryan.
Did Jeter get 100?
No, 99%.
So there's another one.
Like, I think he missed like by 2 votes or something. So Mariano Rivera is the only guy to get 100% of the vote. And every time the Hall of Fame announcements come up now, I go back to the All-Star game that was here in Kansas City in 2012, and we had the head of the Baseball Hall of Fame on, and he said to us, he goes, look, man, this is going to run out of steam real fast if we don't start putting these steroid guys in. And I think a lot of people are starting to kind of come around and realize, like, the Hall of Fame needs to have Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds and Rafael Palmeiro and Sammy Sosa and Andy Pettit and, like, all these guys in it.
Never going to happen.
I know, but I mean...
Because these voters, man.
They're
it's
the
like
worst.
It's like they hurt him.
They're the worst. They are the absolute worst, these Hall of Fame voters.
Carlos Beltran just missed it. He got 70%. I think he needs 75.
75. Yeah. He's like 3 or 4 votes short.
A-Rod got 37%.
A-Rod's a Hall of Famer. There's no way you can tell me A-Rod is not a Hall of Famer. And I don't want to hear about the steroids anymore. Like, that's complaining about the officials now in Major League Baseball or in the NFL or the
just
Chiefs.
create their own wing.
No, don't even do that. Put them in. It was part of the era. Every era in baseball is tarnished. In the 80s, they were all popping greenies, man. Like, everybody was doing that. In the 70s, everybody was doing blow. You know, there was a time in baseball where,
I don't know which era I want to go to.
There's a time in baseball where they didn't allow African Americans to play. Like, every era of baseball has something that was tainted about it.
Yeah, nobody's ever been Babe Ruth.
There was a gambling, era of baseball, obviously. So we get this era, and this is the one that everybody's going to try to plant their Michigan flag on and say they don't belong in the Hall of Fame when they do belong in the Hall of Fame, because if you didn't want that stuff in baseball, then baseball would have stopped it. But baseball saw what was happening. They saw the money that was rolling in, and they didn't do anything until McGuire got busted by some reporter in St. Louis for having whatever that Andro in his locker.
In August, in Kansas City, it's hotter than 2 rats in the sock.
Again, he's not wrong.
August in Kansas City is hotter than 2 rats in a effing sock.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ichiro, for that classic quote.
Here's another good Ichiro story that I didn't know until I saw this morning. One morning in 2017 at spring training, he's in the coach's locker room. This comes from Baseball Quotes. And he looks at his cell phone, and Ichiro says to the coaches, I got a message that I don't recognize. The guy said he'd gotten my number from Alex Rodriguez and that he wanted to come meet me and study my stretching system. What's the guy's name? Asked one of the coaches. Ichiro scrolled to the end of the text. Some gang named Tom Brady. Who the F is Tom Brady?
Oh, wow.
Like, Ichiro just doesn't care. I love watching him hit, too.
No doubt. Another thing that we need to get 100% of the votes on and behind, cheaper menus in ballparks.
Yep.
I understand you're going to have like your niche little stands where they sell the pulled pork helmet nachos, and they're going to be $15, whatever. You can package the souvenir, and there is a way to get away with it. But there are certain teams that have done this. We know the Atlanta Falcons do this at the Georgia Dome or whatever, the Mercedes-Benz Dome. Baltimore, the Orioles, Birdland value menu. $4 hot dogs, $4 pretzel bites with cheese, nachos, $4, cinnamon pretzel bites with cream cheese icing, $4, popcorn, $3.50, peanuts, $2.50, a packaged dessert, $3.
What do you think the packaged dessert is? Like a Hostess cupcake?
If you would have asked my mom back in the day, I don't know if you'd want the answer on air. I will bring this up as well. They have refillable 16-ounce soda cup, $4.
That's a hell of a deal, right?
I mean, you don't have to always
awesome.
get wasted the game. You just sip on Sprite or Pepsi or Coke, whatever it is.
Yeah.
16.9-ounce bottle of water, $4. Still overpriced. Select beers, 12 ounces, $5.
That's a good deal for the ballpark.
12-ounce seltzers, $6.
Yeah.
Let's just make this a unanimous thing in baseball, because we already know we're going to bitch and moan about the parking. We know we're going to complain about the price of our tickets. But let's have some sort of give, right? Like, I can actually go to a game and eat with my family for $35 instead of myself. It's $35. I love that they're doing the cheaper menus at the ballpark. You want more fans to come out? You want people to get there? Speed the game up. Make it more entertaining.
Make it more affordable.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
real
great.
easy.
And that's a good baseball team that do it. That's not the Marlins.
Right.
Or the White Sox or somebody like that, like trying to get fans back to the ballpark. That's a winning organization that was in the playoffs last year that's doing that kind of stuff. Hope it becomes a trend.
No doubt about it. Your move, Kauffman Stadium.
Yes, to 119th and row.
Yes.
No, I mean. Sorry.
The stat that I want to bring up on the other side is key in this game, because it has been in the previous 3 meetings between the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs. What is it? You'll have to hang on and listen on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan. You're listening to Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac. Your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Time after time, Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team have been helping hundreds of homeowners sell their homes, not only quickly, but also at the highest price possible. With extensive knowledge of the market conditions here in Kansas City and the surrounding areas, Dawn knows how to price, market, and negotiate the highest price for your home. Give her a call so your home sale can be yet another one of her many success stories. And if you want the best possible offer for your home sale, in many cases, the Sharp Homes team will sell it for or above the asking price. Dawn and her team will also bring in the most buyers. On average, they sell a home every 72 hours. So you want to work with an agent you know you can trust. Plus, the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, well, you can do that. Contact them to discuss their instant offer program. In fact, contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. Google them, Sharp Homes team. See over 200 5-star Google and Zillow reviews and know why in the last 12 months alone, Dawn and her team have sold over 150 homes. You can also visit them at homesforsaleInKC.com. That's homesforsaleInKC.com and start packing.
If you need a new garage door, this could be your lucky day. Entries are open now for the $5,000 sweepstakes at Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. A winner will be chosen at random to receive $5,000 towards new garage doors, openers, or front entry doors of their choice. Deadline to enter is the end of the month to win the $5,000 sweepstakes with Overhead Door Company of Kansas City. Enter now at overheaddoorkc.com. You can't win if you don't enter at overheaddoorkc.com.
As the Chiefs go for a three-peat in the big game, Hy-Vee's making my life easier. Hy-Vee's my one-stop shop for all game day needs. From official Chiefs apparel to fan favorites, including wings, ready-to-bake pizza, and freshly prepared dips like spinach artichoke, street corn, and buffalo chicken dip. Hy-Vee has Chiefs-themed cookies and sheet cakes and cupcakes as well. Plus, don't forget the Hy-Vee Wine and Spirits department for all of your game day beverages. Elevate your home gate at Hy-Vee, the official grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. I can't wait to watch the Chiefs go up and down the field and score a ton of points this year. And now I have even more reason to cheer on the Chiefs. I just head to Hy-Vee the day after any game and score savings at the pump with my Hy-Vee Perks card. Win or lose, I earn fuel saver discounts equal to the Chiefs' score based on the amount I spend. If the Chiefs score 42 points, I save 42 cents a gallon when I spend $42. The more we score, the more I save, only at Hy-Vee. Offer good in-store and online. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
It's playoff time, KC. Join Cody and Gold Friday from 10 to 2 as they broadcast live from the Rally House at Oak Park. Shop the latest KC styles and official postseason gear, plus enter to win Rally House prizes while you're there. Details at 965thefan.com. Inside the Huddle with Cody and Gold, each day from noon until 1 on 610 Sports Radio. Inside the Huddle is brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. Discover the benefit of blue on the official radio partner of the Kansas City Chiefs, 610 Sports Radio. Rob Sight Ford, non-commissioned staff, low prices, best trade-ins, and the biggest selection. Visit robsight.com. 2025 is the year Rob Sight Ford makes history. With non-commissioned sales staff, the lowest prices on brand new Fords, best trade-in values, and the biggest selection, we've got it all. Visit Rob Sight Ford, the top-rated Ford dealership on Google. robsight.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford, online at kcmetroford.com. East side, the big problem, 435 northbound. You're slow from before Truman. Stays very heavy all the way towards Front Street with an accident still blocking the right lane. Attention drivers, Metro Ford's pre-owned inventory is packed with high-quality cars, trucks, and SUVs, all priced to move. Plus, every eligible pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Visit Metro Ford on Noland Road in Independence or shop online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Get right back into it on a Wednesday. 2 hours down, 2 hours to go. Almost a Thursday, then the Friday, and then Friday will fly by. This might be one of the fastest Fridays of the year. I know the year just started. But again, biggest game of your life on Sunday, baby. 5:30, Chiefs, Bills, Allen, Mahomes, McDermott, Reed, Kelsey, Jones, and company going to try and get to their third consecutive Super Bowl.
I feel like Sunday's going to go slow, though.
You think so?
Yeah.
I mean, that first game's at what, 2:30?
2, I think.
Two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Once that game goes, then they'll just start cutting away at everybody warming up at Arrowhead and talking about the game that is what it is.
Plenty of ways to pass the time on Sunday, like Chiefs extended pregame with Drew and I from 11 to 2. Straight into the game, straight into Chiefs real pregame with Mitch Holtis and those guys. So, yeah, lots to do on Sunday.
Dane and Mitch, Dan, all those guys.
Yep.
Speaking of slow and time consuming, this game is 100%. I think I believe this. This game is going to be the time of possession game. The Chiefs are number one in the NFL when it comes to time of possession at home. Maybe not number one, but they are one of the top 5 teams in the league in time of possession when playing at home. They average the ball 31 minutes per game at home. Buffalo at home as well, top 5 team. They average as well 31 minutes of time of possession during a game. On the road, Buffalo is 2 minutes lesser of having time of possession. So again, on the road, Buffalo has the ball 2 fewer minutes than they have it at home. Mm-hmm. Chiefs advantage there. They're playing at home. I'm not funny when I say this. And I know I say a lot of dumb stuff. I said it yesterday on our Instagram page. It's fan965. Whoever wins this coin toss, I truly believe will win the game because you dictate the second half. And I'm telling you, the Chiefs are plus 2 minutes and some change at home. Buffalo, like we just had mentioned, is minus 2 minutes in time of possession as they are at home versus on the road. You can already see this sort of game coming. It's going to be a 2-minute drive to win the game. That will be the result. I know there's the cliche of whoever has the ball last is going to win. I'm not going to do that easy. Who's ever got the ball with at least 2 minutes and some change left is going to win the game because both quarterbacks know. Josh Allen has been burned too many times in the past to be like, I don't care how long we have the ball. We're not giving it back to Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes now knows that Josh Allen has learned from his mistakes, and he knows how to run the clock out. We remember that game against the Chargers. They had the ball for like 4 minutes and 25 seconds.
And the game against Tampa Bay where they took it in overtime and just ran it down and didn't give it back to them.
So, again, you can see this coming. Will it be the same result we've seen in the past, where it's another Mahomes slow burn to the Buffalo fan base and that Buffalo roster? He did it again. He can't keep getting away with it. Some people call them the thieves of joy. Or is this the Allen time? History would tell you the Chiefs will be the one that has the ball with the game on the line with 2 minutes and some change left going in to cash in on a three-peat. The 13-second game. They had the ball last in the fourth quarter, got the ball first in overtime, the end result. Buffalo missed the field goal last year. Mahomes got the ball back with 1:43, went down the field, Butker, field goal, game over. And then you go back to the old AFC Championship game. Mahomes has always gotten the ball back last, and he's either drove down and got a touchdown or he's drove down and got a field goal, and it's been 1:43, it's been 13 seconds, it's been 1:19 seconds, but Mahomes gets the ball under 2 minutes where they have the advantage at home in the time of possession game. This game will favor the Chiefs, and the history will tell you that this game will favor the Chiefs because they seem to always get the ball last when they play Buffalo. 3 games, 3 results, all 3 under 2 minutes. Mahomes has the ball in his hand. The Chiefs win.
I think it's going to come down to something simple, and I'm not trying to be flippant about this. Whoever has the most points with all zeros on the clock is going to win this thing. And I say it like that because if there's still 1 second left on the clock, either one of these quarterbacks has an opportunity to do something special. And that's why I think it is important to run out the clock if you do have the ball late in the game. And that's maybe where the Chiefs are able to kind of take control of the quote-unquote time of possession in this one. Because I do think it's going to be more of a shootout than we're expected in this one. I think you kind of go into the game with a game plan, but if Josh Allen starts lightening it up a little bit, well, Patrick Mahomes is going to want to answer Josh Allen, right? Mm-hmm. And if Patrick Mahomes starts lighting it up, well, you know the competitive nature of Josh Allen is going to be, all right, you just went down the field in 2 plays and scored. I want to go down the field in 2 plays and score. And so I think we might see a lot of that at the beginning where it is just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then you get late in the game and you have an opportunity to ice it. And whoever takes over the ball with about 4 minutes to go in this game is probably going to be the one that ends up winning that football game because they're going to be able to bleed that clock out, right? And I think both quarterbacks are capable of doing that. Both head coaches are capable of doing that. Both offenses are capable of doing that. So if you get the ball with like 4 minutes to go in this one, the odds are pretty good that you're going to win this game. The odds are pretty good you're going to bleed that clock out because I don't think either side wants to leave any time on the clock for either one of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other conversation you could have with the time of possession thing is that Mahomes, we know, because of the past and the proof, that when the clock slows down, he gets a little bit more calm, and it doesn't really seem to be going that fast. and he's kind of methodical in the way that he can move no matter what. We've seen it with 13 seconds a minute, whatever you want to call it. My question is if there is an advantage that you want to pick apart with both these quarterbacks outside of one guy's done it, one guy hasn't, is still kind of in that cul-de-sac of a narrative, which is Josh Allen has to beat Mahomes. Like, I don't know how I can emphasize it. He has to beat Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
And when that clock starts to dwindle down, like the first half, it's, we're good. We got another half to fall back on. We can adjust to halftime no matter what we do or how successful or how unsuccessful we are. But when all of a sudden that fourth quarter starts and that crowd gets a little bit louder and that clock starts to dwindle away, and you're looking across the sideline and Mahomes has his little cutout turtleneck on and he's relaxed on the bench, and that head racing is going on in Josh Allen's head going, all right, how can we do this? How can we kind of make sure that we're going to be okay? Because I don't want to leave him any time. You get outside of the game plan. You get outside of your mental thought, and you start thinking about things that you cannot control, which is giving Patrick Mahomes the ball and what he will do with it. We have an idea what he will do with it if he has the ball with less than 2 minutes to go and he's got to go down there and either tie it or win it. He'll end up, most likely than not, winning the game. But Josh Allen, this is that situation where every single layer of this game gets heavier and heavier and heavier for 17 of Buffalo because of the fact he's not done it. This is what matters. This has been his season. And again, he goes in there as now as only a 1.5 point underdog, over under 47.5. You kind of are leaning towards a shootout.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. We've seen it multiple times before. It's entertaining as hell.
Fun.
But again, you have to think about this when you start taking away these quarterbacks and trying to compare them where they're so evenly comparable. When that clock gets less and less on the board, Josh Allen is going to become that duck on the pond, I believe, where it might look calm, but underneath those feet are twirling a mile a minute, every single time he's on the field.
Because he knows what's at stake, too. How are you guys going to be feeling with 3:30 left in the game? The Chiefs just had a punt because they just did a 3-and-out, and Buffalo has the ball at their own 20-yard line. What's going to be your emotions at that point in time?
Standing, beer in my hand, pacing back and forth.
Because I'll probably be puking at that point in time because you got Josh Allen going 80 yards, 3 minutes and 30 seconds with the Chiefs. The Chiefs are up 4 in that instance, by the way. Chiefs are up 4. 3:30 to go. Josh Allen has the ball at his own 20-yard line. How are you going to be feeling? Now, take that feeling that we're going to be having with a lead, multiply it by about 1 billion, and that's how Josh Allen's going to be feeling because he's looking at that situation and going, this is everything right here. I have an opportunity now to finally do this. Not only just beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, but lead my team back with a deficit in Arrowhead with all of these fans screaming and yelling against a Spags defense. Like, it may get so turned up for Josh Allen that he doesn't know what to do in that type of situation because he knows how much pressure's on him. And much like Patrick Mahomes not being back in this 3-point or this 3-peat type of situation, Josh Allen may never be in this spot again where he's going to go out there and dominate the AFC East and automatically get into the AFC Championship game because the Patriots are going to be better next year. There's going to be other teams that are going to show up that we're not thinking about right now. It's a big moment for Josh Allen. Can he handle those final 3 minutes and 30 seconds and do what's necessary to get the job done? Going to be a nerve-wracking final couple of minutes of that game.
And again, Mahomes got the ball back for a field goal and then OT threw it to Travis Kelce, had the ball last. Before that, in 2021, or before that, they had the field goal last year that they missed. Mahomes got the ball, ran out the clock. Minute 43 left in that game. Then there's the 13-second game. So again, it's always been Mahomes with the ball last, and it's always been the Chiefs that win. So that coin toss, man, at the beginning of the game is impactful more than you would have ever thought. Whoever gets that ball in the second half, major advantage. I know that's an obvious stat, but again, 2 for 1. Every single game. If they could win that coin toss, my temper and my anxiety will go down a little bit because I'll just know no matter what that first half is, this team's getting the ball in the second half, and hopefully that team is your Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep. Go out there, score early, score often, and don't give Buffalo the opportunity to be in the situation to come back.
Who goes for it more often on fourth down in this game? Buffalo?
No question.
Yeah, Buffalo has...
Because what do you say? You can't kick field goals and beat Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, Buffalo has so much to gain in this game. I wouldn't expect Buffalo to punt. I mean, unless they're on the negative side of the 50-yard line in their own territory. But I think once you get on the other side of the 50, if you're Buffalo, it's 4-down territory the entire time. What are you holding back for?
Right.
Next week?
I mean, 1-6, I think you're missing it. Josh Allen has never been the one who chokes. It's the people around him that choke. It's not him. It's the team and the coach. I'm not saying that he's choking. I'm just saying it always seems to be Mahomes that gets the ball last, which is out of his control.
But I think the 8-1-6 points in Bob's scenario, to 8-1-6 point, that would finally be the case for Josh Allen.
Right there.
Josh Allen, now it's me.
You?
Now it's me. It's not McDermott going to be, kicking it out of the end zone and doing prevent defense with 13 seconds left.
Right.
It's not going to be Tyler Bass missing a kick. It's not going to be Stephon Diggs dropping a dime on the sideline. It's going to be me. So I think that's 8-1-6 points. I respect that text.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's ever been. I know that's what I'm saying. I'm not missing the fact that it's been.
No, for sure.
I never said he choked.
No,
I'm
for
saying
sure.
It's always Mahomes gets the ball back in the previous 3 meetings.
Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, Sal Capaccio, WGR Buffalo and Bills sideline reporter, will join us here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. Your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, Kansas City barbecue lovers, do you hear that? Yeah, I don't either, because it's an ad call for barbecue smoke sound effect, and smoke doesn't make a sound. I think I know what Low and Slow Snacks, the first ever smoked potato chip and cheese puff company, was going for here. All of their snacks are covered in a secret barbecue rub and then smoked with real hickory wood. I know that because I got a package delivered yesterday to my house that still had those hickory wood chips in it. I'm saving them for my grill myself to use some of that real barbecue flavor. So while there's no smoke sound, there's a ton of smoky greatness in each bag. Low and Slow Snacks, real wood, real smoke, real barbecue. Now available at Price Chopper and Hy-Vee stores across Kansas City.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call Heartland Men's Health today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at Heartland Men's Health will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. That's heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Missouri sports fans, I've got great news for you. Underdog is available to play in your state. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athletes' performances. And with their Champs game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats. And they've got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and turn them into a W. Recently, I won $98 on Underdog. Sign up and deposit now with promo code BOB to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. And if you're in Missouri, you'll get an additional $50 in bonus cash when you play your first $5 entry. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. $10 deposit minimum. See UnderdogFantasy.com for terms and conditions. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When you're in the thick of a project, Harbor Freight is the place that always comes in handy. Whether you're picking up something for your pickup truck or a power tool for your project, at Harbor Freight, your dollar always goes further. And these days, when everything seems to cost more, you can take pride in knowing that you get hard-working tools at hard-working prices. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first, before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Chiefs Kingdom, as the official whiskey sponsor of the NFL, it's not a kickoff without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. And that's why we've built the Crown Royal Rig, an absurdly awesome 18-wheeler delivering the generous spirit to stadiums and tailgates across the country. Follow the Royal Rig on its journey from city to city, bringing together local cuisine, NFL legends, and the opportunity to pack a purple bag for charity and win tickets to Super Bowl 59. Visit crownroyal.com for rules and more. Please drink responsibly.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side, 435 northbound, very heavy. You hit delays at 23rd Street, and it just crawls all the way up towards Front Street with an accident still blocking the right lane. Kansas side, 35 northbound, off again, on again. Slowdowns from the merge with 69 Highway up towards Mission. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Diving right back into it, you can go to our poll question today. Is Josh Allen the one opposing quarterback that gives you doubt, Kansas City fans? Yes or no? 63.8% leaning towards yes as the one quarterback that does give you doubt.
It ain't Andy Dalton in Cincinnati, I'll tell you that.
Come on. We missed some time. We're now joined by Sal Capaccio of WGR Buffalo and the Bills sideline reporter. Sal, how you doing, my man?
I'm pretty good today. It's really cold here in Buffalo this week. Getting a little warmer. It's going to be warmer in Kansas City, I think, this weekend than we had here for Sunday's game. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's 50 degrees warmer today in Kansas City than it was yesterday because yesterday was negative 11. Today it is 9. So we got a heat front coming on.
Yeah, it's getting a little warmer. By the time you're standing on those sidelines, it's going to be pushing about 40 degrees on Sunday afternoon. So, Sal, what's the feeling, man? What's the conversation like in Buffalo right now?
I think the conversation is, simply one of you got to finally do this, right? I mean, you have a chance to go to Arrowhead and, slay the dragon. And we've been here before, whether it's in Buffalo or in Kansas City. We know how the seasons have ended. I think there's a lot of, there's confidence that the Bills can beat the Chiefs because they have beaten the Chiefs, but there's also a lot of nervousness because we know how things have turned out in the past in these types of situations. I think there's also the element of, hey, do it for America, as you guys know, right? I mean, that's what that people just don't want to see the Chiefs there again. And, I just think there's so much that goes on in this matchup, in this game, and all the different storylines with it. But that's really what it comes down to, guys, is, hey, you can beat this team, but you haven't done it in this situation, and now it's time.
Yeah, it's funny because earlier in the show I said that, Patrick Mahomes is playing with the weight of a three-peat on his shoulders. Josh Allen is playing with the weight of America on his shoulders. I mean, seriously, though, how are they handling that, knowing the whole country, other than here, is rooting for Buffalo in this one?
Yeah, I don't think that matters inside the building of one Bills drive. I think what I've really loved about, really all through Sean McDermott's tenure, since he's been here for 8 years, I've always felt that Sean is very much like Andy Reid, just a consistent approach, right? They have this and he's learned a lot from Andy, of course, in coaching with him. And you just take it 1 week at a time, one game at a time. And I know that's a cliche. I get it. But I really think this team has done a really good job of that this year. And pretty much for the most part of McDermott's tenure. So I don't think they let that kind of creep in. It's really about them and what their goals are, what they're trying to accomplish, and going there. But certainly it's, people will be down there today in practice, and I don't know if something like that will come up, but if it does, I'm sure they'll say, look, they're just trying to go 1-0 this week. That's what Josh Allen's mantra is every week.
Both these rosters will look different than the last time they played in Week 11. Obviously, that is a underlining story in this outside of Allen and Mahomes going head-to-head is the game of the year. But look, Milano's going to be there. He'll get to go up against Travis Kelce. You also have to deal with Charles Omenihu on the Chiefs side, who's been a valuable piece of this defensive line since he's been here. George Karlaftis, 7 sacks, obviously 3 of those last week. What's the biggest difference when you add these guys to these rosters for each team?
Yeah, it's really interesting. From my count, and I'll credit Thad Brown, who covers the team from Rochester here in Buffalo. He tweeted yesterday, here's who the players for the Bills missed and the Kansas City Chiefs missed in the last game. There's 5 really notable players for each team. For the Bills, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, Keon Coleman, and Juwan Smoot. None of them played. For the Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco, Marquise Brown, Jalen Watson, Charles Omenihu, Harrison Butker. I mean, really, that's a totally different, it's basically 5 out of 11 guys if you want to go one side of the ball there, either way. For the Bills, I think Spencer Brown being out that game was big. Now, listen, Ryan Vandermark did a really nice job. But Spencer Brown is a really good right tackle, guys, and he helps their running game a ton. And one of the biggest differences was the Bills could not run the ball against the Chiefs that game. And, outside of Josh Allen, I think they had less than 3 yards a carry. But the Bills have been very good running the ball most of the year. They've been very good against the 2 best rush defenses in the NFL the last 2 playoff games. They did a really good job against the Broncos and the Ravens. That's been a major, difference. And, of course, having Keon Coleman available, and then, of course, Matt Milano, right? We know that Matt is a really fantastic linebacker. He's used as a spy a lot. They've spied Patrick Mahomes a lot in the past with Dorian Williams or Matt Milano. On the other side, defending Marquise Brown and his speed, and defending Isaiah Pacheco and the way he runs. Obviously those are going to be, and Jalen Watson. I mean, we all know these are really good players for both these sides. I do wonder. I'll ask you guys. We're trying to, because I think that Spencer Brown in the run game. Helping out. Have the Chiefs been leaky lately on defense and the run game? Because the numbers suggest that, but I'm not sure if that's the case. I go back to the Cleveland game and I see how their yards per carry has really shot up against them, and I don't know what to make of that.
I think what you're looking at is a team that doesn't care what they give up as long as you don't get into the end zone. And then you get inside that 20-yard line, then they batten down the hatches. And so it really is like I've told people for the last couple of years, they don't care about the regular season either. So whatever happens. They're just focusing on getting in, to the postseason. But defensively for this team, it really is. I mean, it's a tease for a lot of people because it feels like you're moving the ball down the field, and then all of a sudden you get inside that red zone and they go, all right, not today. Sorry, go back the other direction or settle for a field goal at this point in time. So that's what I think it is. I think it also has to do with boredom towards the end of the season. They're ready for the playoffs,
Yeah, that makes sense. I will say this. The Bills are very similar on defense, but the difference isn't necessarily the red zone. They've been good there. It's turnovers. I mean, the Bills have they've just turned teams over all year, and they do not give you the ball. That's been the biggest difference with this Bills team, I think, than in years past, especially with Josh Allen and some of the turnovers he's had, early on. And he's been really great in the playoffs throughout his career, not turning the ball over. But if you look at the turnover differential, and again, last week, look what happened. The Ravens turned the ball over 3 times. You see the punch out from Terrell Bernard. I mean, these are things the Bills, you don't rely on turnovers, but they are coached and they are aggressive and they are try to force you. And that's what the Bills' philosophy has been this year. We're going to give you some yards. You're going to run on us, but guess what? We're going to make a critical play and take the ball away when we need to.
Well, the Chiefs haven't turned it over, Sal Capaccio, since we were up in Buffalo. I mean, that's wild.
Yeah, you have 2. Here's what's amazing: these 2 great quarterbacks, right? Josh Allen and I'll even throw Lamar in the mix until last week. We know Lamar turned the ball over a couple times last week. But you think how great Josh is, Lamar is, and Patrick are, and yet we're still getting all these wild plays, and these guys aren't turning the ball over. It's amazing, right? They really all morphed into these guys who just say. And I know Patrick hasn't a lot in his career as much as Josh maybe. But even Lamar, he really hasn't given the ball away, and it's amazing watching these guys do what they do and still be such great, protectors of the ball.
I don't think there's the 2 best quarterbacks, I think, in the NFL. I feel like I know that. The Chiefs, number 1 scoring defense. They're first, only allowing 14 points per game. Buffalo, number 2, allowing 16 points per game. Is this one of those games we just throw those stats out the window and we're gearing up for a 34-31 wild finish that comes down to a field goal between either, Bass or it's Butker?
I'd be a bit surprised if it was that high scoring in this one. I just think both teams want to run the ball and control the line of scrimmage, especially we've seen the Chiefs kind of play like that all year. They've played close games, have their record in 1-score games. We know that. Now, the Bills have scored a lot of points this year. I know that as well. But I just think in this game, it's going to be about, hey, protect the football. Andy Reid coach teams have been, to me, watching football for many years, one of the best teams I've ever seen at just capitalizing on your mistakes, right? Don't make a mistake because they're going to capitalize. Well, the Bills have been that team this year. They're going to we're going to wait for you to make a mistake, and we're going to capitalize. And I think it's kind of like that Spider-Man meme this week, right, guys, where we're going to point at you and say, yeah, you make a mistake. No, you make a mistake. No, you make a mistake. And whichever one makes a mistake, the other team capitalizes. But I do think, yes, the kicking game could be big here. Butker did not play the last time these two teams played, but, the Chiefs did a nice job of filling in what they had to do at kicking there. Tyler Bass had struggled this year, but he's been very good over the last month. He made a real big 51-yard kick this past week, but we also know the Chiefs' special teams have been terrific over the last several years. I know that analytically they're not as great numbers-wise, but the Bills have struggled in some special teams areas this year. They've been had on a couple of fake punts. They give up a couple of long kickoff returns. So I wouldn't be surprised if a special teams play or two makes a difference here.
Talk with Sal Capaccio of WGR, the Bills sideline reporter as well. And I hate to bring it up, but it is the only topic people seemingly in the national networks talk about are the referees and the penalties and all of that. And, Houston obviously last week talked about it inside their locker room and were focused on the referees being an impact in this game, a big reason why they lost. I know you guys have to ask the questions, obviously, but do you think the referees are even a topic inside that Buffalo facility?
So I think they're a topic every week in every facility, only in so much as who's refereeing, what do they call penalties on, what do they let go, right? You guys know what I mean, right? You look at the officials and say, this crew calls more DPI, this crew calls more holding, this crew calls less of this. I think that is the case. I can't imagine the Bills are going to let that seep in as far as, oh my God, the referees, they're going to take this game from us. Because if you do, as you said, you're kind of already defeated. You can't do that. I think the messaging this week is going to be, and we'll talk to the players, I'm sure people will ask about it, the messaging is going to be, look, we're going to control what we can control, and we can't let them be a part of the game. Like, we can't let them impact it. I agree with you that, people are talking about, of course, there's all these stats that go out there, and, games are fixed. I don't believe any of that, right? I mean, I always say, and our morning show host, Jeremy White here, just said this morning. I agree 100%. If you think games are rigged, why do you watch, right? I mean, this isn't, we know it's not WWE and it's scripted, and people watch that for the entertainment. I do think, though, there's a natural inherent bias sometimes. We're all great players to get calls to go their way. Sometimes for home teams to get calls to go their way. I mean, I compare it to Michael Jordan. I'm a Yankee fan. Derek Jeter, I think, got the benefit of the doubt on balls and strikes sometimes, right? You see those things happen. There's no doubt. But you can't let that creep into your consciousness on how you play the game. I can't imagine the Bills will do that this week.
Last one here. We'll end up on a good note for you, Sal. Shout out to your fans, man. Mark Andrews getting death threats for the drops from Baltimore. Bills fans donate $45,000 to a Mark Andrews-backed charity after a divisional drop. I mean, that's a good look, man. I like to bring up the good in the world as well.
Yeah, listen, 2020, Lamar Jackson suffered a concussion at the end of the playoff game here, and his charity, and I think it was just some backpacks involved with his charity, like they're flooded with donations. You guys know what Bills Mafia is about here, and how that all works, and people donating to great causes. I will tell you though, from my perspective, I was at both the 92 and 94, well, I should say 91 and 93, playoff games in Buffalo, and Joe Montana, Steve DeBerg. I go back a long way with that, and I would say that even since I was a kid going to games, I've always said that Chiefs fans have always been the best fans to interact with. Like, they're the most respectful. I've been around all these. I've been to these stadiums. I've been to these games at home with the fans that come in from out of town. And last week, guys, here with Ravens fans and Bills fans was so toxic. It was just unbearable on social media. It really was. And for that to happen after that toxicity that was happening between the two fan bases, and for Bills Mafia to donate to Mark Andrews, and I've heard Mark Andrews, his own fan base isn't treating him well after what happened. It speaks volumes. I just think it's really cool. Now, look, no one likes the Chiefs winning, right? We all want to. They're the big bad, evil team now. You got to get over that. And I think there are certainly fans in Kansas City to become entitled and tough to deal with, no doubt about it. But I do think it's been a lot better between the two fan bases, because I think there's a kinship between Buffalo and Kansas City and how their fans are passionate about their team and respectful.
You're absolutely right about that. I think about the fan bases that we interact with all the time. I hate Cincinnati fans. We don't like Raider fans, all that kind of stuff. Buffalo fans, it is not a hatred. It is a respect. It is an understanding. And I think it's two fan bases that just get each other and genuinely are just nice to each other,
Yeah, no doubt. And, it's tough to deal with sometimes. Nobody wants to see, nobody from Kansas City is going to want to see the Bills celebrating on their field. I can guarantee you that. You guys saw that, with the Cincinnati Bengals a few years ago. And, nobody in Buffalo wants to have the season end again at Arrowhead the way it is. And there's going to be people going back and forth. You have some bad apples in every fan base. But I just think these are two great organizations, two great fan bases, and we'll see what happens on Sunday.
Too early to give us a score prediction, Sal?
Yeah, too early. I'm not going to do that. I was close last week. I said Bills 24-23. It's 27-25. So I'll give myself a little of a pat there. But I don't know, guys. I just think again, this game's going to come down to whichever team makes a mistake or two, and the other one is going to capitalize because that's how both teams have played all year.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to look at it.
Yeah, enjoy it, and just remember, this is the game of why we watch sports and why we love sports and why we do sports. Sal, we appreciate the time.
Yeah, and I love the barbecue there, too, so I'll see you guys this weekend.
See you, Sal.
Sal Capaccio there joining us of WGR Buffalo and the Bills sideline reporter.
He's right about the fan bases, though, and that's the one thing that I do really appreciate about this Buffalo rivalry is that the fans can all hang out together. I've never seen, and, again, I'm sure somebody has, but like a Buffalo fan being a jerk at Arrowhead or anything like that. Like, I think Buffalo fans come in here. They like Kansas City. We like going to Buffalo and watching games and having this kind of rivalry, and it's a respected rivalry. And I think that's the important thing. Both sides truly do respect each other in this.
And I know there's going to be people that are like, nah, man, I've been to Buffalo, and their fans suck. Like, you're always going to have an encounter. Like, there's obviously Chiefs fans that suck, right? Like, how one guy robbed banks and like ruined a girl's life.
Right,
so, I mean,
right.
There's always a couple bad apples in the basket of fan bases, but I'm with you. Like, I went to the Bills game last year that they lost with the offensive offsides call with Tony.
Yep.
And like everyone's starting to kind of leak into the stadium, and some of their fans started coming by our tailgate, which was a massive tailgate. There's like, a couple Blackstones, a grill, and everybody's hanging out. And, they're walking by like, damn, it smells good. It always smells good here. Immediately, everybody in our group, yeah, if you guys are hungry, you got tons of food over here if you want it. A couple people like, all right, I'll take a burger. I'll go in and watch the game. Hey, we always love coming to Kansas City. Thanks for being respectful. Hey, likewise. I still want to go to Buffalo and watch a game.
I do too.
Like, and it's a bucket list for me. Like
it's always been a bucket list for me. But
I'd love to go to Air
I think
Stadium.
next year has to be the year we do it because I don't want to go to the new stadium.
No.
I want to go to the old stadium.
I want to sit where like that little strip of red is.
Oh, that's the heaters.
Is it, or is it just color?
No, it's heat. Yeah,
okay, well, that's where I want to sit.
No, but see, we're only going in September. If there's, I am not going to Buffalo outside of September.
That's your neck of the woods, man.
I don't need. It's not. It's not. I do not need to go to Buffalo in the wintertime because there's a good chance you never get out of Buffalo.
Would you rather go through a flaming table or get sprayed in the face with ketchup and mustard?
Sprayed in the face with ketchup and mustard.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, hit me through the table. Wow. There's a table downstairs in our lobby, by the way.
I saw that down there, yeah.
Who should go through that as a host?
Binkley.
Oh, no. Stop.
Nobody.
Because Gold did it one year in here. You remember that? He wore a helmet.
Yeah.
He wore a helmet.
Well, that's just normal.
Cody's got a new song.
That's normal.
Mm-hmm. I feel like Drew Nixon should go through it.
He's the smallest. Well, Mac is actually the smallest.
Mac's kind of built. He's bigger than Drew.
Yeah, I don't know. Weight-wise, I don't know. Actually, I think I might.
Height-wise, you're definitely.
Height-wise, yeah, for sure.
Or Rob Britton, since he's always picking Buffalo. That Buffalo Rob.
Yeah, seriously.
Him and Spector ought to do it.
Yeah,
Spector thinks Buffalo's going to win this weekend.
Yeah, do you want to go get him and see if he'll give his opinion on the air?
Yeah.
Because he's like hell-bent on this.
Yeah.
And we have a problem in this building.
Well, we were thinking about
we
doing
have our boss that likes to, structure some stuff, and he's over here telling us, I think it's going to be a blowout by Buffalo.
Yeah, we were thinking about having a fake Spectre doll in the parking lot, and you guys can come by and kick it and egg it if you want to, because
eggs are expensive. Don't egg it. Save your money.
Yeah, it may be worth it, though, for this,
He legitimately is Team Buffalo.
Yeah, he thinks Buffalo's going to win, and I don't understand why. I mean, I know he likes being a heel.
Stormed in
Look
here.
at him just fly in.
I mean, kick the damn door open.
Let me tell you why Buffalo's going to win this football game.
Yeah,
Let's go. Hot take, chocolate's not a candy. What do you got for me today?
He thinks Buffalo's going to win like 35-17.
Is it a hot take that Buffalo could win this game?
Yes,
it
is.
You think they win by a large margin from what I've been told.
Didn't you say 35-0? You're stealing my line?
No, I did not. I'm not stealing bets.
I've got sources that say that you don't think it's going to be relatively close either. And that's your second-hand man without giving a name.
Look at this guy pausing because he knows he's
trying to think I'm trying to think of the right way to describe how I feel about the game on Sunday. I think if we're all rational, eventually,
see you later.
I guess you guys can leave and I can just have the studio to myself for a second.
All right.
Eventually, the Chiefs are going to lose an AFC Championship game. Eventually, Josh Allen or Burrow, I mean, I guess Burrow's done it, or Lamar is going to win an AFC Championship. It's just
So you're pulling the Ravens thing here where it's inevitable that Lamar eventually gets something done.
Well, I mean, if you look at the history of even during the Brady runs, Manning got 2 and Roethlisberger got 2 and Flacco got 1, right?
Manning's not Patrick, though, and Brady's not Patrick.
Well, Brady is Patrick in this sense.
I don't know that he is.
The Chiefs are not going to win 14 straight Super Bowls for the next 14 straight years.
But they might win 3.
But
not with that attitude, they're not.
They could, right? So I guess it's more that I feel that maybe this is just the time, and it feels like Josh's time to win. Just based on the way the history of the NFL works, it just feels like Josh Allen's time. 0-3 in previous playoff matchups. Is he going to go 0-4? Yeah. What's the spread? You would know better than I.
1.5.
1.5. So I mean, it's going to be
47
you guys were talking about at 8 o'clock. Whoever has the ball in the final 4 minutes. So we expect this to be a 1-possession, 4-minute game, not the first 56 minutes, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So that's a coin flip. So I just think it feels like the Bills' time. It's felt like the Bills' time since
I think it's our time.
October. Yeah, I don't have any like rational football opinion like, oh, the offensive line is going to dominate the defense. It just feels like the Bills' time. That's what the history of the NFL has said.
Yeah, so you're just going with because.
A little bit.
Like being in that because I said so.
Yeah, gut feel.
Yeah.
Call it a gut feel.
And I understand that, but I also understand, like, for Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, this could be the last rodeo we see, right? I believe that there is more on the line for Patrick Mahomes in this game than there is for Josh Allen in this game.
Yeah, because Pat's facing history and Josh will have another chance.
Yeah,
I think that's
right.
absolutely right.
Yeah, because I as a betting man, I would bet that there's probably not another time in Mahomes' career where he's on the cusp of three-peating.
Absolutely.
Right?
I 1,000% agree with that. To Dusty's point about the score, I don't think there's a scenario where the Chiefs win by 7, 8, 10 points. I think they win the game in that 3 to 4, 1 to 4 range. I think if the Bills win on Sunday, it will not be close. I think the only way the Bills can win is if they win by 7 or even a 2-score game. So that's why I would say, if you're going to place a bet on the game, I would be aggressive and take the Bills at an alternate
So you
spread.
expect them to play Carson Wentz in the backups then? Because that's the
God,
only time
I
they've
hope not.
gotten blown out in a
Because
game
I watched
this
one
year.
drive in January and I never want to see it again.
That was enough.
So I think the Chiefs, if the Chiefs win, it'll be close. If the Bills win, it'll be 6+ points.
Do you want Buffalo to win?
No.
Okay. Just making sure. I'm just making sure. I mean, they didn't win a Super Bowl. They went to 4
The only
straight
thing
Super
I'm
Bowls and
rooting
never
for
won.
is a week-long listening experience of Dusty Likens on Bourbon Street tasting hurricanes and eating alligator po' boys.
And throwing snowballs.
Have you ever had alligator before?
No. I've had alligator. Never had alligator po' boy, though.
Okay. It's chicken.
Okay.
But
That's all
it's
it
good.
is.
Yeah,
It's
that's why
good,
they
but
call
it's
it the chicken of the sea.
Yes.
I
And
gotta
then
get
tuna's its cousin.
That's
obviously.
right. They're related. Yeah, but the tuna, they swim downstream. The
is
salmon
it-
swims upstream.
Correct. Was that too rational? Did you guys
Good
want
for the
something?
tuna.
Did you guys want something completely different when I came in here?
No, I just wanted you to back it up on the air.
Yeah.
Because I'd heard yesterday that you had the same take you gave us in the meeting, and then Rob was telling me, he's like, you don't expect things we're losing. And I was like, ooh.
I guess if we have 2 seconds, I also don't think this is the biggest game in Arrowhead history.
You don't?
I think that second game against the Bengals was the biggest AFC Championship game.
When they were calling it Burrowhead?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this one's
Oh,
huge.
man,
This
there's
is
so
a
much on the
three-peat
line,
line,
though.
I know you retweeted that Nate Geary tweet. There's a lot of respect between these two teams, two cities.
Yep.
I have zero respect for Cincinnati.
Me too.
I have
I
zero
hate 'em.
respect for the Bengals.
I
So
wish Cincinnati would float into the Ohio River and go downstream and come out the other side in the Gulf.
they won that 2022 AFC Championship game when the Chiefs collapsed. There's no Chiefs game that I've wanted to win more than that 23. Mahomes on one leg, Burrowhead, the mayor being an idiot. That
You
was
talking
a
about the
big
Philadelphia mayor or
no,
the
the Cincinnati
Oh,
mayor.
yeah.
When he was
Eagles.
doing all that,
Yeah.
he was like reading a ransom note
I
at
know.
his office.
What are these mayors doing?
They're the
Menino,
worst. They're
the
all the worst.
Cincinnati one, the
Yeah.
one who can't spell Eagles.
But I would much rather have won that game. And I get that history is kind of the big part of why this game is big. I love beating the Bengals way more than I like beating the Bills.
I don't disagree with that at all. I
So-
hate their fans.
I do too.
Yeah, I think they all suck.
They
They're
lost.
awful.
They lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. They can lose 4 in a row to Patrick Mahomes. That's Josh Allen's their quarterback.
I hope so.
See you Monday.
Sounds good.
Okay, Steven Spector, the boss, saying that Syracuse bleeding through the take of Buffalo winning. I don't know what that
He
means.
doesn't really claim Syracuse, which is why I like him.
He hates Syracuse.
Syracuse sucks.
Just quote. I hate Syracuse. A hypothetical for you. Bob's going to tell you where you can have some fun anytime you want to fool around and find out. When we get back, we'll talk about somebody that might have to do something that you'd love to hear them do here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, Foaling is stepping up their game. Not only is it the best place to go fool around and find out and have fun for the entire family, kids, adults, everybody included, but now Foaling is joining the Jeopardy Bar League, and they're hosting it exclusively at Foaling, Kansas City for the Kansas City area. And it's going to be hosted by their own bartender, Pat, who was a contestant on Jeopardy from season 18. And it's all put on Geeks Who Drink. They hired him on to do Bar Jeopardy all across the United States, but the location that they're going to have it is Foaling right here in Kansas City, and it starts Monday, February 3rd at 7 p.m., and it's going to be weekly, and it's going to be for prizes, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And if you're not going to go play Jeopardy, well, you got to go fool around and find out. Football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. Anyone can play. It's perfect for everything, and Foaling's awesome because they let you cater your own events as well. Plus, the world-class bar, great beer selection, awesome cocktails. Everybody's going to have a blast at Foaling. So reserve a lane now at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your foal on.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Casey's has 8 new coffee roasts that have been described as having rich aromatics that entice any palate. But, we're not sure what that means, so we just call it darn good coffee. It's not crazy. It's Casey's. Get a free any-size coffee with Casey's Rewards. See Casey's Rewards for details.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark. But it's never too late to refresh, renew, and restore your skin. With 25 expert providers across multiple locations, we make glowing skin easy. Same week appointments? Absolutely. Select Saturday appointments available? You got it. From medical dermatology to advanced aesthetic treatments, we're here to help you look and feel your best. Schedule your appointment today at kmcpa.com. KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, beyond the surface.
It's playoff time, KC. Join Cody and Gold Friday from 10 to 2 as they broadcast live from the Rally House at Oak Park. Shop the latest KC styles and official postseason gear, plus enter to win Rally House prizes while you're there. Details at 965thefan.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar! La, 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 la.
Taxes was waiting around for your taxes to be done, which led to worrying about not getting any money back. Now Taxes is matching with a TurboTax expert who can do your taxes in a day to get you up to $4,000 fast with a refund advance loan. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Expert filing only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Refund advance has $0 loan fees and 0% APR. Refund advance loans may be issued by First Century Bank, N.A. or Web Bank. Terms apply, subject to approval.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now at Wendy's, get 2 of these fave items for just $7. The spicier classic chicken sandwich, Dave's single, or 10-piece nugs. It's an incredible deal, but an insanely difficult choice. Do you go double chicky sando, both spicy and classic, 1 beefy and 1 chicky? Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's just not normal. The pain calls from chronic joint pain day after day. But some of you have dealt with that pain for so long, it's become your new normal. Short-term fixes are not working. Make the decision now to say no, not going to live with it. Get moving again in 2025 with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, joint preservation. Yes, you can revitalize your joints with advanced orthobiologic treatments at QC Kinetics. No steroids, no drugs, no surgery. This is the future of medicine using an array of natural solutions like PRP to attack the pain from arthritis. Tens of thousands of people with pain have discovered these cellular treatments and they're living life again without that constant pain in their joints. Want to learn more about how you can refresh your joints, get lasting relief with these amazing treatments? Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
Championship week coverage of the Chiefs and Bills on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. East side, 435 northbound recovering. Earlier accident before Front Street has cleared out of the right lane. All lanes getting through, but things are still off again, on again slow coming up from Truman. Attention drivers, Metro Ford's pre-owned inventory is packed with high-quality cars, trucks, and SUVs, all priced to move. Plus, every eligible pre-owned vehicle comes with a 5-year, 200,000-mile warranty. Visit Metro Ford on Noland Road in Independence or shop online at kcmetroford.com. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Diving right back into the 8 o'clock hour. Don't forget, you can go over to our Twitter page at TheFan965. The question today on the Fescoe and Dusty poll question for you is quite simply a yes or no. Is Josh Allen the one quarterback that gives you doubt?
And if it's not, who is?
I would assume you'll have a lot of Joe Burrow responses on that. Because
Joe Burrow now, for me, is like the folks who can't get past Lynn Elliott. It's time we get past Joe Burrow.
He kind of reminds me of like Hawaiian Bros, right? Like when it first came out, everybody was like all attracted to it, wanted to go, had to get there. Everybody was talking about it. And then now you drive by and you're like, is there anybody there?
Right.
You're like, I can get in there real quick right now. Go in there and get me a little Dole Whip. Does it keep up with like the Frosty at Wendy's? Yeah, but it's still not that.
Right. So of the bros, Dutch bros or Hawaiian bros, which bro is
Never
better
been
bro?
to Dutch.
Oh, Dutch is good.
I'm a coffee grinder in the morning, so
Yeah.
I don't really tend to, unless I want to treat myself. Like it's one of those Saturdays where I'm like, oh man, I slept in at 7.
I'm kind of the
Like,
same way.
I'll go check
Oh.
one out and go, treat myself to a latte. But
because over by us now, we have a Dutch Bros, we have an Andy's, we have a
There's
Whataburger,
another one
and we
getting
have a
ready to go on
Taco
Metcalf.
Bell, all in one strip in front of the Menards. It's
Oh.
like fast food central over there.
Yeah.
Dutch Bros has a great iced coffee.
I've heard it's good.
Yeah, it is. It is really good. Now, I'm just a coffee guy. I'm not like one of these sugar drink, fanatics like all the kids are and
Every
whatnot.
once in a while, it's kind of nice.
Do you see? I look at that. I go, I'm not wasting 250 calories. That's 2.5 miles of running to burn off a strawberry smoothie. Not interested.
Yeah, I don't do that. I do like the sweet vanilla cream cold brew.
Yeah.
Like at Starbucks. Like that's the only drink I'll really get there. Or the medicine ball.
The medicine ball at Starbucks is money. It really is. It's so good. If you're not feeling great, go get the medicine ball at Starbucks. That'll change your life around. But that Dutch Brothers, man, I'll tell you what. I like the iced coffee.
Fescoe and Dusty Wednesday poll question. Is Josh Allen the one quarterback that you face that gives you doubt? Yes, 64.3%. No, 35.7%.
Yeah, I'd like to know who everybody else is weighing in on because, I think that it's time to move on from Joe Burrow being a thorn in our side. He hasn't done anything in years. Lamar's never done anything. Josh Allen is the one guy that does give you pause that there is that outside possibility, that 1%, that he could get something done.
Somebody says, no, if anything, it's the defense that will give me doubt. But if they don't make the same mistakes they did in the regular season, they'll be fine. Spags adjusts. The other one is, I have confidence in the Chiefs. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Way to move the conversation forward.
I love lamb.
I like mayonnaise.
Yeah. It's like read the room. By the way, we brought up with Sal Capaccio. In an effort, this is from Schefter now running with this. In an effort to support Ravens tight end Mark Andrews, Bills Mafia now has donated close to $60,000 and counting to the Breakthrough T1D organization, which works towards curing and improving the lives of those dealing with type 1 diabetes like Andrews because of all the death threats he's gotten. You'd mentioned the other day, where's Mark Andrews been? He's getting death threats from his own fan base.
Yeah, but he didn't talk after the game or even the next day inside the locker room. He should have spoke after the game. You can't put that pressure on Lamar and your coach. I mean, you got to go up there as the captain of the team and address all that. It's completely different from what's going on with Mark Andrews. If you're that into sports where you're sending death threats to athletes, you probably should be locked up.
Hell, even like umpires and referees.
Yeah, you're trash.
Like, Deckinger got. I remember watching that 30 for 30 or whatever it was. It was like, damn, dude, Bartman.
I mean,
Chicago.
All this stuff, like if you're sending death threats to anybody that's involving anything, first of all, but especially like a sports game, a sports ball game, like you're getting that upset where you're sending death threats, you belong in the loony bin, man. You really do. You belong in an institution.
We had a conversation yesterday because something came up. It was a question on the Twitter or the X or the whatever it's called. I get confused every day. And it said, your team is in the Super Bowl. Which one of these voices is the only one you want to hear commentating on the game? The list of the guys is Chris Collinsworth, Tony Romo, Troy Aikman, Tom Brady.
All the number one guys on the networks, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it looks like all the color commentators.
The number one color commentators. Now they left out Kirk Herbstreit, which I probably would have picked. I like Kirk Herbstreit. Yeah, wow. I do. I think Kirk's really good. I thought Tony Romo was really good. Yeah, like look at it. Like I know more football than Kirk Herbstreit does.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I like Kirk for college. I just can't stand him on Sundays.
Oh, he doesn't work on Sundays.
No,
he does Thursdays
for me.
So you're not watching him on Sunday. So now you're making up a story.
I'll tell you something about Kirk Herbstreit. You know his dog died, Mac. You jerk.
Yeah. No, I think Kirk Herbstreit's very well prepared. I think Chris Collinsworth is very well prepared. But I don't know, man. Like, of those four, I'm taking Tony Romo. And the reason is, I thought he was really good in the Buffalo-Baltimore game last week. I thought it was one of his best performances. Like, he rose from the dead, in my opinion, in that game and got really, really good in that game. And I'm still going with Tony Romo on that list of four.
Yeah, you're for Romo, Aikman, Brady, and Collinsworth. McAmore?
Romo would be last. I'd pick Kirk Herbstreit before I pick Tony Romo. For me, it'd be Chris Collinsworth, because Chris loves Patrick Mahomes, and he's easy to listen to.
And it's for the Super Bowl.
But you know Jack's going to be there like...
it's true.
Dad, do I look good?
Bad, coat.
You don't like his petticoat?
Mike, Patrick Mahomes, he's just so good, Mike.
Stop it. Stop it. How many times are we going to see it? I go Tom Brady because the question said, which one of these voices do you want to hear call your team in the Super Bowl? We did it last year. John Elway got to hand the trophy to the Kansas City Chiefs organization, and Patrick Mahomes got to surpass him in titles. How great would it be to win the three-peat, a team that's never done it, finally does it? It's the Chiefs, and Brady's got to give Mahomes almost essentially like, here's the torch. Well, you did something I've never done. You're getting closer to my rings. You're now the greatest quarterback in the sport. Hi, I'm Tom Brady. I no longer do this anymore, but you do, and you're only 29.
And Ichiro knows who you are and doesn't know who I am at this point in time, right? Like the Tom Brady thing would be cool. Man, that's a great subplot for the Super Bowl. There's no question in my mind about it. Like, I just wonder if Tom Brady will be more silent during the Chiefs' three-peat at the Super Bowl, or when he was asked about Ben Johnson the other day.
Yeah. Remember that story. He has a lot of interest going to Vegas. Ben Johnson, the day after his team loses, is signing with the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, like there was never an interest in Las Vegas. And they asked Tom about it. He's like, yeah, I like snow.
Yeah.
What?
The 816 says Olsen over them all. Well, yeah, for sure.
But he's not the list. That's what everybody kept saying. It's like Harlan and Green over it. It's like, that's not the list.
It's not the list. Here's the four you get to choose from. Pick one.
That's what's funny.
Red,
is a lot of
green, blue, or orange. Give me yellow.
Pink.
Damn it. By the way, hot topic or hot take, the orange and yellow starbursts are the best in the sleeve.
I'm with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm just like, if I'm doing like
Just a
candy,
bag of
I'm
pinks?
just red.
Oh, yeah.
Red, pink, purple. Like those are the colors I like. But we don't have to worry about it anymore with the red dye going away last week.
Yeah. I like Turtles. So, yeah, Collinsworth, Romo. I love that nobody picked Aikman. Like, nobody's like, yeah, give me Troy. I'm good. Coming back.
Troy just bitches about, like, it's getting personal now with him.
Well, yeah, he's only got 33% of 3% of something. Championship game coverage brought to you by Bud Light, our official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs. Coming up on the other side, fact or fiction, Mac. Let me tell you about those two things. Here on the other side, 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, listen up, Missouri sports fans. I've got great news for you. Underdog is available to play in your state. Underdog is the best place to cash in on all of your takes during the playoffs. Which players do you think are going to go off and which ones are ice cold? And with over 5 million happy players and 2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all of your favorite athlete performances. And with their Champs game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats when it comes to yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and so much more. And they've got all of your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance. And with Underdog Rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury case causes your entry to lose. This week, I love Saquon Barkley higher than a half rushing touchdown. I love Travis Kelce higher than 68.5 receiving yards. And I love Kareem Hunt higher than 32.5 rushing yards. Underdog is the best place to play. So sign up and deposit now with promo code BOB to get $1,000 in bonus cash immediately. And if you're in Missouri, you'll get an additional $50 in bonus cash when you play your first $5 entry. That's promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. $10 deposit minimum. See UnderdogFantasy.com for terms and conditions. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at Heartland Men's Health, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. Which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at Heartland Men's Health. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu beef meat market, has even more convenient ways for you to shop. In addition to their location at 135th and Metcalf, they're now open at 95th and Knoll. Everyone deserves to elevate their beef. Whether you're looking to wow your family with a meal they'll never forget or impress your friends, neighbors, and coworkers, their Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week, or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
You're listening to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, locally here on 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti is presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Hello, America. This is LeVar Arrington. As a gun owner, I understand the importance of being prepared. But it's crucial to recognize that according to law enforcement statistics, 99% of all altercations do not require lethal force. Introducing Byrna, the leader in less lethal self-defense. And you know I'm all about defense. Byrna provides formidable stopping power without the complexities and potential legal consequences of a homicide. It's about having the right tools for the right situation, ensuring you can protect yourself and your family effectively and responsibly. I personally own several burner launchers. Burner launchers are legal in all 50 states with no background checks, no permits, and no waiting period. You can have one shipped straight to your door, providing peace of mind when you need it most. Every burner launcher is hand assembled in Fort Wayne, Indiana by a proud American company. Visit Byrna.com/LeVar and get 10% discount off your purchase. That's Byrna, BYRNA.com/LeVar. Byrna, where safety meets responsibility and preparation meets peace of mind.
In the time it takes you to actually board that flight from Group 8,
Now boarding Premier Altitude Elite Club members.
you could have bought a Hyundai on Amazon. Yes, that Amazon, where you buy everything else.
Mid-tier Altitude Elite, feel free to board now.
So while you're waiting for them to make up new boarding groups, you can order your dream car and the dealer will have it ready in no time.
Now boarding groups 1 through 7.
Oh, so close. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability, pickup through participating Hyundai dealer in select markets.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on SingleCare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to SingleCare.com or download the free app today.
Chiefs coverage is brought to you by Shamrock Roofing and Construction. ShamrockRoofer.com.
Hey folks, it's Karen from Shamrock Roofing and Construction. Thank you for making Shamrock Roofing one of the top 30 roofing companies in the nation. We're family owned and ready to help you with your roof today. Inspect, repair, replace. One call does it all at Shamrock Roofing. Visit ShamrockRoofer.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland, 435 northbound slows a little past 48th Street. Stay sluggish up towards the I-35 interchange with a report of a road hazard in the area. From the Anthony Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric Traffic Center, Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Hey, it's Justin Reed, and you're listening to the home of the back-to-back Super Bowl champs, 96.5 The Fan.
KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City in Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, I guess not everybody's going to be watching on Sunday. Marlon Humphrey says, I'm not even going to watch the game.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
fine.
tired of watching the same team win. Then do something about it.
Yeah, you've had an opportunity, Marlon. Because I don't understand his tweet from yesterday that is making the rounds now this morning. Hey, TMZ has picked up his tweet, just so you know. Oh, yeah, that's how big it's gotten right now with him.
TMZ or TMZ Sports?
Both.
Oh, you're even double F'd.
Yeah, you doubled up on that. And Marlon Humphrey tweeted yesterday, I have no reason saying this other than being a hater. The Bills or whatever.
He owned it.
And yeah, right. The Bills or whatever NFC team got to beat the Chiefs. We can't let them keep getting away with this. And my whole thing was, getting away with what?
Winning?
That's not getting away with anything. That's doing your job better than everybody else, right?
You got my head spinning. Because you said double up. And now I just want to open up the text line. What's the best thing to double up on? 7-4 in blackjack?
Yeah. It is. And
I don't know. Like,
yeah, you flop a 7 and a 4, you double down, and you get a 2.
Always. Or you get queen 10, I'll stay, and then it's a face card ace. You're like,
son of a gun.
Yeah.
Or you split your queens, and you get nothing, and you bust on both of them.
How many casinos they got in New Orleans?
One, I think. I know they have a Harrah's down there.
Harrah's.
But that's why I don't gamble, because I'm terrible at it, like with that kind of stuff. Anytime.
Not if you're using underdog. You're on a pretty big heater with that
I'm talking card games. Like, I'll stay on a 16 because the dealer's showing 17, and the dealer flops and then throws down an ace and gets an 18.
I'll stay. Sir, you have 6. The casino suggests you hit. I also like to live dangerously.
Yeah. Or you're playing blackjack and some idiot at the end of the table doesn't know how to play and they hit on 20.
I also kind of hate when you play blackjack, people tell you what to do.
Because you're all playing as a group,
you know? I get that.
I kind of like that, but that's also because I've only played a few times.
But like sometimes before you even can even think about your hand, they're like, stay.
Yeah, that is annoying.
Okay, Daryl.
Yeah.
Like, let me at least count.
Yeah, the guy
It
hanging,
takes me a
the
while.
guy playing third base with the cig hanging out, slamming, high lifes. You're
I
like, all right, you've been
respect
here
that
for
guy.
a long time.
I respect the hell out
That's
of
the
that
guy you
guy.
probably are listening to, right?
That's his buddy.
I'm gonna look like Roy Munson in New Orleans at the bar, just hanging a cig, seeing Bigger McCracken on the TV.
Right. But like that's the problem with blackjack is that you're all playing together, and a lot of times you're playing and there's idiots at the table.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 13. Stay. You need to hit that. He's showing a 16. You got a 13. That's not beating a 16.
Somebody says we should start a donation so that Spectre has to be the one that jumps through the flaming table. I mean, we could use some money for Jen.
Mm-hmm.
That'd probably get some dollar amounts
Yeah,
for her.
we could for BMA Foundation. Yeah, we could do that.
You want to see Spectre go through a flaming table before the game on Sunday?
Bring $100 bills up here. Yeah.
You bring a $100 bill, it'll be me on top of a table, and it won't be on fire. Get them down. Fact or fiction is a topic that we're going to do here because there are already storylines for next year's season, right? Last year's forecast yielded a few duds. Russell Wilson to the Raiders, Packers to the Super Bowl, Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. What are some fact or fictions that we can get into for next year?
Yeah. What do you got on that list, Mac? Attack.
The computer is archaic and older than I am, so not going to be able to help you out.
So fact or fiction, the New England Patriots will have at least 9 wins next year.
No, I'll go through the list that ESPN thinks is what's going to happen.
All right.
Sam Darnold going to be a Raider.
Is there already reports that said they're moving on from him in Minnesota? Is that true? I don't know if those are clickbaits.
I saw a cartoon meme where he was on a beach with some of the other players who have been eliminated.
I will say fictional fact. I don't think he's gonna be a Raider, but I think he'll be somebody else's quarterback.
He won't be in Minnesota. Yeah, I think so too. If he does become a Raider, do you care?
I don't know if that's dodging the question, but
No,
I mean, if he's a Raider, sweet.
I mean, like if he becomes a Raider, I'm fine with that, right? You're good with that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I could care less.
Because I don't even know who the coach is there, and I don't even know who the offensive coordinator will be there.
Exactly.
I think he'll be a Titan, so I'll go fiction.
All right. Aaron Rodgers will retire.
Fiction. He ain't going out like that. His last 2 years in the league were an injury on the third play of the game, and his other one, he had his decent year, but didn't really have anything to show for it. He can go ruin another team. He ain't going anywhere. If he's out of the league, he's irrelevant.
Gosh.
You do realize that. If he's not playing football, he's irrelevant.
You're right. Yeah, for that reason, I'll go with him. God,
You think he's going to stay? See, here's what I think. I don't think anybody wants him, and I think the rest of the league is like, we're done with him.
That's where?
So does he retire, or is he just told, sorry, there's no more room for you at the inn?
He goes to Pittsburgh.
No, Pittsburgh don't want him.
I don't think they would do it.
Could you imagine that next year, that roller coaster, Tomlin and Rodgers?
No. Tomlin would quit.
Turn in his 2 weeks.
Yeah, he really would. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I'm also going to go on my 2-week vacation as well.
Yeah.
You can't do. I just did.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. If I'm a head coach in the NFL, and most of them are idiots, but I would say if I'm a head coach in the NFL, I don't want that guy here. He will ruin the franchise. He ruined the Jets. He ruined the Packers. He ruined Robert Saleh. He ruined Joe Douglas. All of those guys.
Are you on ESPN over there? Do you see the loudmouth going nuts? The caption says, "Do you think the Chiefs get favorable calls?" And Mad Dog Russo's just going nuts. And Saturday's just shake. There's audio for tomorrow's show.
Yeah, right there. Exactly. Mad Dog Russo already going off. Text Alex and see if Mad Dog will come on with us because I think that's the guy that needs to come into this kind of octagon because I think I would debate the pants off of Mad Dog.
He's probably mad that Caitlin Clark doesn't know who signed the Treaty of Versailles.
That's probably true. Yeah. If you're not,
does she even know the Louisiana Purchase?
Right. This guy apologized for saying Caitlin Clark hasn't been a Chiefs fan, but then said, but she doesn't know about Super Bowl I.
Yeah. You know that they got the Louisiana Purchase? That's where they're playing the Super Bowl? I'm chiefed out. You need to be chiefed out.
Yeah, he does. He seriously does, man.
Fact or fiction, Chris Russo will join the show tomorrow.
Fact. Justin Fields will sign with the Steelers, and then Pittsburgh drafts a quarterback.
I'll give you a little bit of fact there.
Okay. I think so, too. I think that does happen. I think they stick with Justin Fields. I do.
Yeah, I think fact.
I think they found a little gadget in him that they can use.
Yeah.
I think he's still kind of lost in the NFL. It's too fast for him. But again, if he's only got to have he's a Marcus Mariota type.
Mm-hmm.
Go in there, into the season, rest your starters, or go in there and get me a tush push or a QB sneak. Why not?
Yeah.
If you can trust him to do it, then just keep him around and pay him cheap.
Colts end the 11-year AFC South drought. They haven't won that league in 11 years.
Jeez.
Jags, Titans,
Texans, Colts.
Fiction.
Yeah, because the Texans are going to have everybody back next year. Maybe not Tank Dell for half the season or the whole season, maybe. I don't know. But Houston's good. They got CJ. They're the best situation.
Yeah, they do.
They got to get over this crying from the referees, but, you know, they don't blame the South for anything, just the Chiefs.
Yeah. Here's the final thing I'll leave you with. Bears signed Trey Smith.
God, that offensive line needs help if Caleb's going to have any sort of chance. Ben Johnson.
I think it's him or New England, but I'm going to go New England because they have more cap and they have more money. And Trey Smith's going to set the guard market $25 million a year.
Yeah, Trey's going to outprice himself here, unless he just wants to be here and says just make your best offer. But I don't think that's the case, and it shouldn't be the case. Should not be the case.
Get your money.
He takes the highest offer ever, so go do it. Tyreek Hill traded from Dolphins to Patriots.
Fiction. He's not going to the Patriots. He can't play in cold weather anymore.
Yeah,
he
fiction.
just can't play anymore.
Well,
he's going to Tampa.
You think he's going to Tampa?
He's going to Tampa Bay.
What gives?
They've got money. He tweeted about going to Tampa, only 3 hours away, and they need another wide receiver. Kind of works.
Yeah,
him and Mike Evans together would be pretty fun.
And Godwin,
he'll be free agent. So they kind of replace.
Gotcha. How old is Tyreek? Is he 30 yet?
He'll be 31 next season, I believe.
Ooh,
so it kind of starts the this is it.
Fact or fiction? He'll be the number one player in the NFL next year in the top 100. Because it was fact this year.
Does he make the top 100 next year?
Oh, yeah. He'll make top 25 somehow, somewhere.
Based on not this past season.
No, yeah, exactly.
No.
Tyreek Hill, top 100 player in the NFL anymore? Not based on what he did last year.
Aaron Rodgers made the top 100.
He shouldn't be in that list at all.
Gosh, he better
Aaron
not be.
Rodgers, Daniel Jones shouldn't have been on that list.
Was he? I was going to say, I can't remember. I don't know for a fact if that's like a troll
That
job.
was like the Emily's moving to Indiana reaction,
Yes,
and DeAndre Hopkins is coming to the Chiefs. Daniel Jones?
Fact or fiction? DeAndre Hopkins and or Juju Smith-Schuster will be on this roster next year.
Fiction, maybe?
Yeah, go fiction. I don't know. It could be fact.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to be one or the other, right?
Well, we'll find out. Coming up on the other side, Josh Allen, what you have to do to get him out of his comfort zone. Mac will explain on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, good morning, everyone. What's going on? Mac Morey here. That Super Bowl is coming up right around the corner. So what's your plan? You're going to do the same thing you do every year. You're ready to step it up. Try something even better. Come on, guys. Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest coming to Kansas City live in the Power and Light District on February 9th. It's going to be a blast. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium. Your favorite players make history there. You'll actually get to meet some of the game's most legendary players, and you'll get to do all that while enjoying some live music, crushing some game day bites, maybe even the game day brew or two. The Super Bowl only comes around once a year, so let's live it up. Who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast, so don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Kansas City. Unfortunately, there's no radio sound effect for barbecue smoke, but there are low and slow snacks. The first ever smoked potato chip and cheese puffs using real hickory wood and real smoke. No smoke sound, tons of smoky barbecue flavor. Available at Price Chopper and Hy-Vee across Kansas City.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Expect a high of 34 with mostly cloudy skies today.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
Diving right back into it, 9:17 on a Wednesday. Don't forget, you can go to our poll question over on 965 The Fan or The Fan 965. You can also check us out. 1,600 people currently are on the YouTube page, the Twitch, Facebook, if you want to see our beautiful faces. The question we asked today, Chiefs fans, yes or no? Is Josh Allen the one opposing quarterback that gives you doubt? 65.4% say yes. It's okay to admit that.
Yeah, it's one that gives me doubt, too. Nobody else.
That's why we're here.
That's why I'd like to know who the other 30-some% are choosing with. If you answered no, who else is there right now?
Speaking of saying no, Buccaneers offensive coordinator Liam Cohen is taking himself out of the running for the Jaguars head coaching job to stay in Tampa on a new contract that will now place him amongst the highest paid coordinators in the NFL. Bucs are keeping their OC for another year. He will then become the new Ben Johnson next year.
Well, I think either that or they replace Todd Bowles down there. What's this guy? Leonard Cohen, you said? The guy who sings Hallelujah?
Liam
Cohen.
Oh, I never heard of the guy.
Never heard of him.
And he's a guy that nobody knows and has withdrawn from an opportunity to take the Jacksonville job. Now, they could be deep down the road with Robert Saleh, and they probably told him, hey, maybe we're going to go in a different direction, so he pulled out before anything happened.
Always smart to do.
Always smart to do, right? You still look like a conquering hero, yet, you go out your way. So where I was going with this is but if he decided to pull out because he didn't like what he was hearing from Jacksonville, that can't be a good sign. Like a guy that nobody knows is pulling out because he doesn't like what's going on in Jacksonville. I don't know that I'd want that job.
Nobody knows it, Mac.
No one knows, man.
Nerds like you do.
We're nerds, man.
No one knew Dave Canales either.
Who?
Yeah. Dave Canales.
Yeah, another guy that'll be fired here in 5 minutes.
Never heard of him.
Again, when you're talking about cap space next year, your top 5 people with cap space: Patriots, Raiders, Commanders, Chargers, Cardinals.
Don't the Raiders have to eventually spend their cap space, though? Like, aren't we in this every year with the Raiders where they need to spend a certain amount of money because they're cheap and they're not spending enough? Like, you have to spend 80% of the cap.
Well, that would give you your fact or fiction some fact if they go get Kirk Cousins, because that's an expensive contract. You want Darnold over there?
Well, that's what we
fact or
said.
fiction,
Yeah, Kirk Cousins is...
Is that a rumor, too?
I mean, where's he going to go?
Yeah,
He's not
TV. He was really good, they said, on ESPN the other day.
He was good.
Yeah, well, so is a lot of people, but they still have time left in their athletic life, and I doubt Kirk Cousins is done playing football. I just can't really see him going to Vegas, though. Like, his lifestyle.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think that's like a city I guess he went to Atlanta. That's kind of rough sometimes. Like, it gets rowdy in Atlanta, you know?
I mean, we'll look at it in a couple of weeks, but I think Bob mentioned it with Rodgers earlier. There's just not a lot of places that need a quarterback. They're either going to get drafted, they've got one in the hopper. Like it's not.
Well, there are teams that though kind of do need a quarterback.
Do the Cardinals,
Giants, the Jets being two at the top of the list that need a quarterback.
With the Cardinals on this list, do they go get somebody like Kirk Cousins to kind of put a fear in Kyler Murray to be like,
what list are you looking at?
The top 5 most salary cap space available.
Oh, the Cardinals are on that list.
It's New England, Vegas, Commanders, Chargers, and Cardinals.
Well, I think you need to upgrade in the desert at quarterback. I don't think Kyler's any good. But I don't think they're ready to make that.
That's
move
scary.
Quite yet.
Washington's on there with their quarterback in the NFC Championship game. He's on his rookie deal.
Dude.
Hello. And they still have Scary Terry and Zachrecius, and they have Brian Robinson Jr. at running back. They're going to go amp up on the defense, though.
Exactly.
They're probably
Pass rush, secondary, 100%. They were number 3 on my max pack for a reason.
That's a lot of money to have available for a good team, too.
Same with the Chargers. I mean, what do you do there? You go get some more weapons for Herbert, or do you go get some more protection for? I don't know. Got to do something there.
I think the Chargers' biggest need is quarterback, but that's just me. I mean, you can't have these performances in the playoffs and still be considered a good quarterback. That's why it's so big for Josh Allen on Sunday, right? I mean, if he has the ball with 3.5 minutes to go, down 4, and has the opportunity to move down the field and lead his team on a game-winning drive and doesn't do it, what are we going to be saying about Josh Allen on Monday? It ain't anybody else's fault. I think Mac mentioned it earlier. Every time that Josh has lost in the playoffs, it's been somebody else to blame. The kicker, the defense, the coach, that. He's probably going to be in position to have himself the opportunity to have a game-winning drive on Sunday. Will he be able to do it? And if he doesn't do it, then he's not a top quarterback. We have to stop giving petals and flowers out for guys who put up nice stats and are good in the regular season. Eventually, you have to slay the dragon. And if you don't, you're just not in that same category.
I think he's far and away the second best quarterback in the NFL. I think that Burrow is good. I think that Lamar is good. I think that you could have a conversation that Daniels is probably your 5th best quarterback in the league right now. Some people would disagree with that. But, man, the reason why that Twitter question is up about doubt is because that's why I think everybody feels this way about this game. I think everybody knows that if there's one guy that if you had to say could do it to the Kansas City Chiefs, it's Josh Allen. He hasn't done it yet. Our boss, who was in here earlier, thinks he does it this year because time is inevitable and it's going to happen. Eventually, you can't win 14 Super Bowls. You can win 3 in a row. Buffalo lost 4 consecutive Super Bowls, and everyone would have thought maybe by year 3 or 4 that this is their time.
And that's the point right there. Nothing's inevitable. They lost 4 straight Super Bowls. You would think winning one of those would have been inevitable, right?
That's what they think. I mean, Andy Reid went to 4 NFC championships, won 1, never won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia.
Right. Nothing's guaranteed.
No.
Nothing's inevitable. Nothing is in sports because it's time for that. Like when those Ravens players were saying it's inevitable that Lamar's going to win one. Based on what?
Yeah. There's more legs to this Cohen thing from Schefter. It gets
because of this Trent Baalke guy. Is that what?
Jacksonville is in the midst of conducting a second in-person head coach interview this week with Liam Cohen, who's now out, as well as former Raiders defensive coach Patrick Graham and former Jets head coach Robert Saleh. So there 3 people that they're interested in.
Okay, so you fired Doug Peterson, and you've got Robert Saleh, and some other guy that I never, Patrick Peterson?
Ryan Graham. I don't even think that's his name.
Patrick Graham, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Defensive coordinator.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Former Raiders defensive coordinator. That ought to go well.
Yeah, what?
With the first pick of the 2026 draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Arch Manning, quarterback, Texas.
Unless that's what you're trying to do.
I mean, I don't know.
But again, there's no guarantees that Arch Manning's going to be any good in the NFL. The odds are actually he's not going to be very good in the NFL.
Yep.
No doubt.
So if you suck for luck, that's the dumbest stuff I've ever heard.
This is it. Don't get scared now.
Josh Allen, biggest game of his career. Might be the biggest game at Arrowhead. Steven Spector would say that it was the rematch against Cincinnati when they were calling it Burrowhead and Mahomes on one leg.
There was more hatred going into that game. Yeah. I wanted to win, but you can't create the magnitude of this game.
This is an historic game. This is a chance to go to a three-peat. This is a chance for number 17 for Buffalo to end that dream or that journey of a three-peat. He can stop history in more ways than one. He can stop a history of a three-peat for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he can stop the history of being Josh Allen can't beat Mahomes in the playoffs. If you were ever going to beat Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs, this is the one that would nip all the past away. This is, well, no one will go in there and be like, well, he's 1-3 against Mahomes in the playoffs. He got the one win. No. Joe Burrow got one win.
And he's still living off it.
And everybody's like, well, there's only one guy that they fear, and that's because he's done it before. Allen has lost 3 previous times to Mahomes. Last year at his house, the 2 previous in the years before. Out of those 3 games, the Chiefs have lost the next game. Obviously, the Cincinnati, and then they lost the Super Bowl to Tom Brady. Last year, they won, and they ended up beating Baltimore, and then they won the Super Bowl. But there's also history on the other side of the sideline with Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. He would become the second most winning quarterback in the playoffs in the history, just behind Tom Brady. Another record that he would be chasing. He would pass Montana. He'd be 17-3. It's just mind-blowing.
And what does Brady have, 31 playoff wins or something like that?
Something high like that. Yeah. 31-33.
He basically has to double his playoff wins to get Tom Brady. That's wild. Wow.
Right. And he's only playing like 3 games. Divisional, championship.
That's right.
And Super Bowl. But again, the three-peat. Mahomes becomes the second most winning quarterback in playoff history. Beating Josh Allen would do that. That's another mark. That would then be the point where it'd be like the Monday conversation we would have if that happens would be he just can't get it done in the playoffs. The regular season, that's awesome. But the playoffs where it matters, can you ever do it? The winner of this game is probably going to win the Super Bowl, in my opinion. Now, I know that Philadelphia would be the favorites right now in Vegas. I can make sense of that.
Why are they the favorite right now?
I can tell you.
Okay.
Because Buffalo and Kansas City have to play each other. So one of those teams is losing.
Right.
Philadelphia is playing a rookie quarterback. They think they can go to the Super Bowl, then they would have to play either the winner of Buffalo or Kansas City. They don't know who that will be. So they have the easiest route, according to Vegas, to go to the Super Bowl. That's why they are the favorite to win it.
I don't know that they do have the easiest route, though. There's nothing worse than playing a team that has nothing to lose. And that's Washington. They can go out there and do whatever they want. They weren't expected to be there. There's no pressure on them whatsoever. Mm-hmm. They've got a rookie quarterback and a first-year head coach and a new ownership. And, I mean, they can go out there and do anything. Like, Washington's going to be playing free and clear. The Philadelphia Eagles probably going to be playing a little tight on Sunday, because if they lose that game, then you lost to a rookie quarterback. You lost to a team that wasn't supposed to be there. You're checking your own self. They're going to be talking about firing the coach, trading the quarterback. Like, Philly's playing with a lot of pressure in this game.
No, I mean, I would say, who do you think has more pressure, Philadelphia or Buffalo?
Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia does.
I would lean Buffalo. Philly's been in the Super Bowl with this regime.
I know, but in Buffalo, they're not talking about trading the quarterback and firing the coach every 5 minutes. Like you lose this game. Yeah. And the whole narrative in Philadelphia is going to be Jalen Hurts isn't the guy, and Nick Sirianni blows, and we got to move on from both of them.
That's true.
So, no, I think Philadelphia does have a lot of outside pressure to win that football game because of who they're playing. If Josh Allen loses to Patrick Mahomes, you may not like it in Buffalo, and you may think, oh, here we go again. But you lost to Patrick Mahomes. You didn't lose to somebody who just came on the scene with a new franchise, all of that stuff. Philadelphia, especially being a division rival, having that game at home, there's a ton of. I think there's more pressure on Philadelphia than anybody to win in the postseason from that negative noise aspect of things. If the Chiefs lose, it's going to suck, but they'll regroup and they'll be fine. Philadelphia loses, they may burn the whole franchise down in that city.
Yeah,
you know?
People will lose jobs if Philadelphia loses. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm. More pressure on Mahomes or Allen to win this game?
Well, to me, it's Patrick, because I don't know that he's ever going to be in this situation again. I think Josh Allen will have a chance to go to the Super Bowl many times going forward. So will Mahomes. But I don't know that Patrick's going to have an opportunity to do it when a three-peat is on the line, because you have to win one again, then two again. Like, you can't take a break from the three-peat and win it again next year and say, oh, well, we three-peated. No, it doesn't work that way. So I think it's up to Patrick Mahomes to accomplish something that nobody's ever been able to accomplish before.
We heard Sal Capaccio earlier. We'll play some cuts of his a little bit later here in the segment. But Mahomes and company haven't turned the ball over since week 11. Coincidentally, that was against Buffalo. Buffalo prize on turnovers. The Chiefs have the number 1 scoring defense. Buffalo has the number 2 scoring defense. If Kansas City doesn't turn the ball over, Buffalo's in trouble.
Big trouble.
And if Buffalo gets, or I should say, if the Chiefs can get pressure to Josh Allen, Josh Allen and Buffalo is in trouble. Now, again, Sal Capaccio has talked about the right tackle being back, and they've really used Cook in a running game that's been a little bit more better, or been better since they've had the additions to that team. They ran the ball really well. Against Baltimore, they ran the ball really well against. They did everything really well against Denver. That's not really that much of an outlier there. But pressure to Josh Allen gets him to second guess, And then if he can second guess, then Buffalo turns the ball over. And this game will be who does the turnover first, who makes the crucial turnover. I know that's probably cliche for football, but two teams and two quarterbacks that play pretty clean and have played pretty clean basically all year. Who's going to make that turnover and who's going to be under the pressure more often than not? If Josh Allen is at quarterback, advantage Chiefs.
100%. Josh Allen has gotten so much better, like Mahomes has over the years, at taking those checkdowns, matriculating the ball down the field. It's okay, I'm going to take a 6 minutes of possession. I don't need a 40-yard gain here. Hey, 6 yards is fine. Let's just move the chains. If they can get Josh Allen feeling like he has to play like Superman early, and okay, I'm going to extend this play. I'm going to try and force this ball in a tight gap here, tight window. That is how they can get Josh Allen to start making mistakes, start feel like he has to do everything. And you mentioned the run. If they can stop James Cook, he's going to feel like he has to do everything even more.
And I feel like I'm kind of with you on that. I feel like if it comes down to who's going to try to play hero ball, it's going to be Josh Allen.
Yep.
It's not going to be Patrick Mahomes, because Patrick doesn't need to go out there and be a hero. He just needs to go out there and get the ball to 87.
Yep.
I mean, that's really all he needs to do. And he also understands that he can ride the back of his defense as well, which is finally like that next step of Patrick Mahomes. He hit that last year, I think, after the Raider game, but still understands it more, I think even more so now this year, that he doesn't have to go out there and play hero ball. And that's kind of what we saw. You know, you go back to some of these games that, you know, why teams lose. And that's what Lamar tried to do. He tried to be a hero in that game. And by trying to be a hero, he played outside of himself and ended up ultimately costing his team the game by those questionable decisions that he made, with the interception, with the fumble, with the bad pass to Derrick Henry, and all that kind of stuff. Like, you can't go out there and act like this is a huge game and play like it's something you've never experienced before. You got to go out there and do and be who you are. And I think Josh Allen, if he falls down early and the Chiefs are stopping the run, he's going to feel like he needs to play hero ball. And when that starts to happen, man, you just can't ever regroup.
And somebody in the text line says, hey, Dusty, quit trying to speak Buffalo victory into existence. I'm not saying they're going to win.
He's not doing that. He's having a conversation.
And I don't think they're going to win. I think the Chiefs' defense is better, which is massively huge. I think they have the better defensive line, which can cause pressure to Josh Allen. I still think they win this game, and people will say, hey, you know, who's lost the last games for Buffalo? I get it. Not always been Josh Allen's fault. But again, like, this is a game in which Josh Allen, it will be a different style of game, because this is I cannot lose this game. Enough is enough, and it's time for a change. To shout out the late, great Owen Hart. But this is one of those things where, like, I think the pressure on Allen to win this game is more than it is for Mahomes. And I'm not disagreeing with what your comment is.
Yeah.
And I do think that the three-peat is there. But this is one of those things where it's like, can I do it? Can I be the guy that finally goes in there in the AFC Championship game, like Burrow, like Brady, those quarterbacks before me that have done it? Can I do it? If there is pressure on Josh Allen up the middle or making him kind of get, you know, out of his spot and do things, I know he can run the ball. But look, man, you've got a crazy SOB on that linebacking core, and Leo Chenal, who should have 17 in his radar the entire game. Nick Bolton can manage the middle of that field, and then you have Charles Omenihu, Karlaftis, and DK Uzama's been decent.
He's had a really nice game last week.
Wharton, your guy as well. Chris Jones, we haven't mentioned him yet. Can you be disruptive in that game?
And Mike Dana will make a play in this one as well.
And not only that, Mahomes threw 177 yards last week. 117 went to Kelsey, and they still won the game.
Right.
So again, I don't think the Buffalo is going to win this game, because I think the defense will be the deciding factor in this game, either causing a turnover or taking away what Josh Allen has been able to do to other teams. And again, last time they played this team, 30-21 was the loss.
Like, that game is so irrelevant.
It was 23-21, and the Chiefs were missing 4 or 5 key players.
And so was Buffalo. And one of those, obviously, is our kicker in that game. And I like our odds going into the game, knowing we need to rely on Harrison Butker. They are relying on Sal Bass to go out there and get the job done. So I just don't see the Chiefs losing this football game, obviously. And if something were to go wrong, it's because they did turn the ball over. I think, you know, Sal's right. Everybody's right who's talking about the turnovers today. The team that turns the ball over probably isn't going to get a victory in this game.
This was Capaccio on the feeling in Buffalo.
I think the conversation is, you know, simply one of you got to finally do this, right? I mean, you have a chance to go to Arrowhead and, you know, slay the dragon. And we've been here before, whether it's in Buffalo or in Kansas City. We know how the seasons have ended. I think there's a lot of, you know, there's confidence that the Bills can beat the Chiefs because they have beaten the Chiefs, but there's also a lot of nervousness because we know how things have turned out in the past in these types of situations. I think there's also the element of, hey, do it for America, as you guys know, right? I mean, that's what that people just don't want to see the Chiefs there again. And, you know, I just think there's so much that goes on in this matchup, in this game, and all the different storylines with it. But that's really what it comes down to, guys, is hey, you know you can beat this team, but you haven't done it in this situation, and now it's time.
So that's the feeling in Buffalo, just like we just talked about. Like, yeah, it's the regular season is irrelevant. The playoffs are when it matters, and when you want your legacy to be stood above time against everybody else. Like, Flacco did it once with Baltimore, right? Roethlisberger did it, and his legacy was forever stapled in the history of football because he got 2 rings. He did it in the era of Brady and Manning. Those are 2 guys that had done it in that era, right? They actually got it done. It's so rare and so hard to do against greatness that's to me why there's so much pressure to Allen, because you had mentioned the Chiefs now are playing in their 7th consecutive AFC Championship game. Enjoy this ride.
Yeah.
Buffalo is playing in their 2nd in the Josh Allen Mahomes era. 2nd. Both times will be in Kansas City. Can you get it done? Because you never know if you'll be back again, because the talent that is rising in the NFL. Hell, you look at what Washington's doing with their new quarterback, right? You saw what the Chargers did with their first year with Jim Harbaugh. You got to think they're going to figure out what they can do to stay relevant. Bo Nix and Sean Payton are turning the page quicker and quicker. It doesn't get
easier, yeah.
Right? So, yeah, it's not the same game in the regular season, and there's reasons for that. Gabascio also talked about the reinforcements on Buffalo's side as well.
Here's who the players for the Bills missed and the Kansas City Chiefs missed in the last game. There's 5 really notable players for each team. For the Bills, Matt Milano, Spencer Brown, Dalton Kincaid, Keon Coleman, and Juwan Smoot. None of them played. For the Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco, Marquise Brown, Jalen Watson, Charles Omenihu, Harrison Butker. I mean, really, like that's a totally different. It's basically 5 out of 11 guys. If you want to go one side of the ball there, either way. For the Bills, I think Spencer Brown being out that game was big. Now, listen, Ryan Vandermark did a really nice job. But Spencer Brown is a really good right tackle, guys, and he helps their running game a ton. And one of the biggest differences was the Bills could not run the ball against the Chiefs that game. And, outside of Josh Allen, I think they had less than 3 yards a carry. But the Bills have been very good running the ball most of the year. They've been very good against the 2 best rush defenses in the NFL the last 2 playoff games. They did a really good job against the Broncos and the Ravens.
Is this going to be one of those games where the running backs actually matter?
It might be.
With like a Kareem Hunt Pacheco combination and a Cook combination with Josh Allen on Buffalo, where it's like, obviously running makes the clock go faster and keeps your time possession, which we talked about earlier, time possession very key in this. Wonder if we're underscoring the running back position in this matchup.
We may be, but we also know that Andy Reid never lets the running back kind of do their thing, right? I mean, more often than not. There's never. But, establishing the run is not necessarily our forte here in Kansas City. I'd like it to be. I like running the football. I like the 2-headed monster that we have back there with Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco. I think it's a really good offensive weapon for this team to be able to utilize those guys, especially when it's going to be a little bit colder, and both of those guys run hard, and they're not afraid to run through you either. That's the benefit, that the Chiefs have on this. They're not finesse running backs. They're kick-your-ass running backs, and if you want to try to tackle me, I'm going to make it difficult on you.
I would just like to see the Chiefs have the odds of the lead towards the end of the game, and then you just use that as like a bullpen.
Yeah.
Pacheco for 2, first down, Kareem Hunt for 2, 3rd and short, get it. Just keep controlling the clock the best way you can with those running backs. They can just be hard hitters. They can really take the life out of a defense in Buffalo. Because you get Milano's back. I think he's going to spy Mahomes, try to make sure he doesn't get out and do those Patrick runs.
Same thing. He's going to cover Kelsey, too. So
can't cover them all.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see what Milano decides to do. But again, I've been hearing about Matt Milano for 5 years now, and every game he's been injured. This is like, all right, now we actually get to see if Matt Milano truly does make a difference. But it really does. It's going to come back to quarterback play. Who plays the best, who doesn't turn it over, and who puts their teams in the best possible situations to win a game. It really does. It comes down to coach and quarterback and all of this stuff.
Raiders, Saints, and Jags, all without head coaches. The Jets head coach will be announced later this week. It sounds like it's going to be Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, it looks like he's telling people, according to Josina Anderson, huh?
Yeah, he's planning to take the Jets job as early as yesterday per multiple sources.
As early as yesterday? Yeah. I was going to take the Jets job yesterday, too. It just didn't happen, right?
No doubt. No doubt.
But, he's telling everybody he's pretty much got this thing wrapped up, and,
they're going the defensive route again.
I don't know what I think about that hire for the Jets. Like, that's where I am.
I like it.
Like, the Bears and the Jets, I think they just needed somebody who's been a head coach before in those type of situations. Like, I think Aaron Glenn's going to be a really good head coach, but I think Aaron Glenn would be a really good head coach not in that situation in New York.
I would say what would hire him for me is the fact that he faced adversity losing all those players and still kept that team together defensively.
Yeah, he did a great job with that, man. He really did. And so I've been a big fan of him since I watched him on Hard Knocks a couple of years ago, and he was kind of a star of that. I think he's going to be a really good head coach. I just hate to wish the Jets upon him. I know he played there, first-round draft pick, all that kind of stuff, and yada, yada, yada. But, man, it is a tough job. Like, Aaron Glenn, go coach in Jacksonville for a couple of years, get your sea legs under you where there's no pressure. Tomorrow, as soon as he takes that Jet job, they're going to start wanting to fire Aaron Glenn.
Better record next year as a new head coach. Ben Johnson in Chicago, Aaron Glenn in New York.
Who's the quarterback in New York?
I don't know. That I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that until I know the quarterback in New York.
Zach Wilson. Just kidding. Either way you want to look at it, we'll come back on the other side. We'll finish up this show here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
What is going on? Morning, everyone. Mac Morey here. That Super Bowl's right around the corner. What's your plan? You going to do the same thing you do every year? You're ready to step it up, try something even better? Well, I got a Super Bowl experience for you like no other. It's at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. It's coming to Kansas City live in the Power and Light District on February 9th. Now, you'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. You'll get the chance to meet some of the game's most legendary players as well. All this while enjoying some music and crushing some great game day food, maybe some great game day drinks. And the Super Bowl only comes around once a year, so who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer Sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry,
put a sheet on it with Bounce. Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
It's playoffs time, KC. Rally House has the Chiefs gear you're looking for, including Chiefs official postseason gear and the latest styles fit for the kingdom.
Kansas, Missouri, Kansas State, Chiefs and Royals make KC great. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's the Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're going to make a resolution to improve your health. But if you're feeling sluggish and low energy, if your sleep patterns are off, if you've been working out and aren't seeing the gains you used to see, making that resolution may not be so easy. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're feeling the way I just described, we can likely help you with that resolution, because those symptoms probably mean you're suffering with low testosterone. And at Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating this condition. With our low T protocols, if you're like most men, the change will astound you. You'll feel more energy and better mental clarity, your sleep will improve, your workouts will be better, and you'll likely find your sex drive goes up as well. So call us today and get treated for your low T. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Championship week coverage of the Chiefs and Bills on 96.5 The Fan is brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of your Kansas City Chiefs.
Semi-charmed kind of life on a Wednesday here in Kansas City as we gear up for what is the game of the year and last year, if you want to count 2024 in this.
Yeah.
Mahomes versus Allen, Bills versus Chiefs. What's the better tagline? Bills versus Chiefs or Mahomes versus Allen?
Mahomes versus Allen, there's no question.
But it's a team sport.
Yeah, that's why they always use the quarterback, right?
The hell it is.
It's like baseball. You go, oh, I'm going to go watch Bobby Witt Jr. The Royals going to win. Who's the starting pitcher today?
Hopefully not Garrett Cole.
Yeah, it's all about the starting pitcher in baseball. It's all about the quarterback. It's all about the goalies in hockey, too, man. Speaking of hockey, did you see that game last night where the goaltender got distracted because somebody threw a plate of nachos on the ice?
Damn.
And the guy skated through the plate of nachos, shot the puck over the nachos, and scored.
With some cheese on it?
Yes.
Nice.
First of all, why are you throwing your nachos on the ice?
Maybe the cheese was cold. You ever had cheese that got cold with your nachos? Can't
Every
eat it
time
anymore.
you go to Kauffman Stadium.
Can't eat it anymore.
I mean,
it's got to be hot.
Why are you throwing your nachos on the ice? And then they landed face up. Guy skates right through him, shoots the puck right over. Goaltender's pointing at the thing of nachos. Puck goes right by him. Now, they won the game 3-2, but still, man, call timeout.
Yeah. I'll see your knuckle puck and raise you a cheese puck. Mighty Ducks, Mac. Mighty Ducks. Gordon Bombay. Still irrelevant to you, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
He's more interested in Liam Cohen than he is in the great movie like The Mighty Ducks.
True.
Somebody that needs to watch the Mighty Ducks are these Bills YouTubers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Buffalo Bills and Kansas City Chiefs referee has been assigned, and this is worst case scenario. Now, to be completely honest with you, Bills fans knew going into this that we would be fighting the Kansas City Chiefs plus their most valuable player, and that just so happens to be the officiating squad. Well, let's just say that Kansas City brought their first ballot Hall of Famer, Clete Blakeman. Now, Clete has refereed a Buffalo Bills game already this year, and it was the Bills and the Jets game at home in Buffalo where the Buffalo Bills hung up about 40 points. He's also known for refereeing that Thanksgiving game against the Detroit Lions where there was a lot of questionable calls, more specifically on the Lions side of the ball than the Buffalo Bills. Spoiler alert, that Bills team ended up winning. Now, with Kansas City, he actually has a really good record, or rather, the Chiefs have a good record with him. Did not officiate a single Chiefs game this year, but the last game he did was the Christmas Day upset when the Las Vegas Raiders beat the Kansas City Chiefs in 2023.
But the Chiefs,
for the most part, a staggering record. Now, to get an idea of his favorite flags, here is a short list, most notably unnecessary roughness and also defensive pass interference, so something to think about. But hey, we knew this going in. Sound off in the comments and let me know your thoughts. But
thanks.
Clete Blakeman, he's the dude.
Clete Blakeman looks like the kind of guy that comes around and dates your mother for like 2 months, and then you never see him again. You're like, whatever happened to that one guy? Who, Clete? Yeah, he's down at the local bar still.
Yeah, I'm not interested in who the referee is in this game at all. And I love the fact that people are now pouring into this kind of stuff. The Chiefs, since Andy Reid have taken over, won almost 71% of their games. Doesn't matter who's refereeing.
That's what we're doing. The 2024 101 awards are out. Clark Hunt was on Good Morning Football with that crew. The AFC Coach of the Year is Andy Reid.
Yep.
The NFC Coach of the Year is Kevin O'Connell. The Offensive Player of the Year in the AFC is Lamar Jackson. The NFC Offensive Player of the Year is Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
The AFC Defensive Player of the Year, Pat Surtain II. The NFC Defensive Player of the Year, Kirby Joseph.
Okay.
So all those guys will be in Kansas City at some point in February doing that nice little black tie event.
Yeah.
Andy Reid gets a Coach of the Year where it matters.
Yeah, the AFC Coach of the Year. Like, I love how they're getting ahead of it all going, Andy's Coach of the Year, just so everybody knows. Who else would you pick in the AFC over Andy Reid? Well, let me pick somebody who went 7-9 and, was an offensive coordinator 2 years ago and will be fired in 2 years. But, boy, he went 7-9 with an unnamed quarterback. That's your Coach of the Year.
I would say his opponent in this game on Sunday would be the other one.
But, yeah, it could be. But, 15-1 versus 13-4,
Sure.
I'm not counting that last game of the season. Andy's got the home field advantage. Look, man, Andy Reid's your Coach of the Year in the NFL. I don't want to hear the noise from anybody else that anybody else is going to be in that category. And what Andy Reid did this year as the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs is pretty freaking remarkable.
Yeah, with a target as large as it can be.
With a target, with injuries, with everything that's gone on with this team. We've talked about all of these guys that weren't here for that Baltimore game. How about all these guys that just haven't been here for the entire season? You've essentially played an entire year without wide receiver 1 and without wide receiver 2. You never had one game with Hollywood Brown and Rashee Rice together.
And you had a running back who went and got off the streets.
That's right, because your star running back broke his ankle in week 2. You've had to make a left guard move to left tackle.
Defensive tackle that was out for essentially like 8-9 weeks of the season.
Right.
Maybe longer.
Yep. Half the year at least, came back, finally making everybody else better on that team. I just don't think
I need more. I need to see more.
It really is like if you don't understand what Andy Reid this year did to go 15-2 through all the injuries and everybody with the big target on their back coming after them like it's nobody's business. Like I don't know what more needs to be said about how good Andy Reid has been as the head coach of this football team. You find me another coach, probably outside of Mike Tomlin, that's going to find a way to win as many games as Andy Reid did with no wide receivers, no running back. The offensive line being in shambles.
A rookie wide receiver.
Yeah, rookie wide receiver leading the way. But he was supposed to be like 3, right? Maybe even 4 on your depth chart by the time it was all said and done. And you had to have a rookie come out and be your number 1 wide receiver. He led the team with 9 touchdowns. You had a running back that was sleeping on the couch and woke up because somebody got hurt. The offensive line movements, the defensive injuries, the kicker injuries. And they're 15-1 when it mattered. And people are going to tell me somebody did a better job than Andy Reid coaching their team this year?
Somebody also says Clete Blakeman sounds like an NPC on Red Dead Redemption. I never played that game, but I get the reference.
That's fantastic.
And then someone from 314 says that guy sounds like he needs a Vegemite sandwich for that D-bag.
I don't think we can wish that on anybody.
Oh, come on. It did kind of linger for about 2 hours.
Dude, it was rough.
Wrong answers only. Clete Blakeman does what?
Roots for the Bills.
Yeah, apparently.
Roots for Buffalo. But it's good to know when
His
talking to
favorite
Sal.
Flags?
Like, we're not hearing from the Bills this week talking about that.
No.
Right? We're not going to hear from Buffalo talking about that. Yes, they will say this crew calls these penalties more often than not, which every team does. But you're not going to hear Buffalo lament the fact that we have to overcome the referees to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They know well enough that they don't have to overcome the referees. They've got to overcome the Chiefs. And trying to overcome the Chiefs is harder than trying to overcome a referee. Because you're never overcoming the referees.
Funny old Chief alert. Jared Allen was on Jim Rome's show today. And he said, quote, I got baptized not just by fire. I got baptized by the beast himself. Jared Allen talks battling Hall of Famer Willie Rofe in practice as one of the toughest guys he went up against during his NFL career.
Best matchups I've ever seen in practice were Willie Rofe against Jared Allen.
I figured that would strike a nerve.
Oh, they were. I'll never forget being in River Falls and watching Willie Rofe and Jared Allen and how frustrated Jared Allen would get. Because Willie Rofe couldn't walk, okay? He walked like he was on eggshells all the time. And then the huddle would break. He'd run out there. He'd line up. And he basically used just one hand and pushed Jared Allen to the side. And Jared Allen could never get by Willie Roaf. And those battles in training camp, God, they were so much fun. I don't know that I've seen better one-on-one battles than Willie Roaf and Jared Allen going at it in River Falls, and then see Allen rip his helmet off and get frustrated, and Willie just kind of laugh.
There's nothing you can do.
Nobody could get by Willie Roaf.
An immovable object.
Oh, he was the best.
Clete Blakeman was a member of the 1919 Black Sox.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like somebody who played baseball back in the 60s.
Yeah. Or goes door to door selling you something that he does not believe in. Do you want to try this pyramid scheme? No. See the no soliciting sign?
Yeah. How'd you like to buy a vacuum cleaner?
Yeah. You're never overcoming the refs. That's what she said.
You are, though.
Well, yeah. And you can also overcome being mean. You can go do something nice for somebody today just out of the kindness of your heart, because you never know it could change their day, week, month, or even their year. It is simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay warm, stay safe, stay kind. Coming up next, Cody Golden Drew from 10 to 2.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5, The Fan.
Your skin tells a story. At KMC Dermatology and Med Spa, we understand that stress, time, and life can leave their mark, but it's never too late to